Cocktail Blur, struggling to make any inroads. Paddle Bandit, giddy up a go, couple of flights to jump. The grey Cocktail Blur, half between them landing there. Gambino is still Celia Star. It's a long run down to the last. Gambino switching to the near side. Lisbon Cocktail Blur, who still just had the lead at the last. Blur, Lisbon Park, Gambino asked for more. Cocktail Blur, head bowed low willingly. Just too good for Lisbon Park. Promising effort from Gambino in third. Clear of Cecilia Star in fourth.
Now the runners are getting to the start for the running of race number 9. The sign up WA novice over the 520 metres, Rip $3. Rip and Ruby was a last start winner down at Mandurah in a maiden. Hard to forget a Greyhound who's been knocking on the door since winning. Has only won the 1 of 5 as they get to the start. Box draw has just taken place for next week's final of the Keith Harding, and the final draw, thanks Chatty. Tara Wise drawn 1, Just a Piastri 2, Garrity 3, Just a Foreman 4, Strip Weathers in 5, Frogsman serves Aston Ruler Farmer Russell. That's the draw for next Saturday night's final of the Keith Harding here at headquarters. So runners at the start. Rip and Ruby 245 the favourite. Now in the care of Paul Stewart. So from a maiden winner in Vera and looking for her first victory here in town. Paul Stewart is about to pick up the collar and lead from what the Shane train used to do so many times. Hopefully he's content. Not sure if he's had an owner like Shane Williams before. He's about to find out. Green light is on. Lure to the start, race number 9 on the start, showing early speed was Queen Goddess driving across. Under our pockets along with Billy Me Goat, Why to Give Me Chills, and out to last of all was Rip and Ruby, very rough as they go down the get deep on the
to the home straight and inside the final 500 metres here. Chaldero in front. Alem, Christian De Muro waiting to push the button. Driven along in behind Sir Tommy Sen with Darius Sen. Breeze Skies out wider with Giulini trying to run on. So the lead is with Alem now as Chaldero gives way. But here's Darius Sen. Cambron towards the inside is moving forward. Then Sir Tommy Sen as now Darius Sen grabs the advantage from Alem. Cambron towards the inside. Apex running on quite strongly, but it's Darius Sen with the lead up towards the finish. Darius Sen the winner. Photo second, Apex and Sir Tommy Sen with Cambron in fourth.
Yeah, Darius Sen is your winner. Was for a while second favourite in this one, and then literally minutes before the off, Darius Sen became your 3-1 favourite and does win. Durbanville on William Hill 2 for the 125 is not that far away from getting underway. William Hill 2 now, we've got the 126 at Romford as well on the 9th race on the card, 8-11 grade racing, where the betting in that one is quite open. We're underway at Durbanville. Best of luck with your bets in this one.
Quest against the fences. Cedar Point steadfast for the first part. They crawling. Nobody
Want to stay ahead in horse racing? Join our Telegram channel. Get daily race schedules, results, and real-time market insights. We analyze price movements and focus on data, not opinions. Everything you need in one place. Find the link on screen and join now. Want to stay ahead in horse racing? Join our Telegram channel. Get daily race schedules, results, and real-time market insights. We analyze price movements and focus on data, not opinions. Everything you need in one place. Find the link on screen and join now.
Ursel Hoylum, who's going to take the maiden in the first contest. One few moments' time. So your winner is number 8, Ursel Hoylum.
بالفعل يعني نتكلم عن جوادين السرعة.
Mile, and they're about to rise at the 5th from home, and it's Onbukal Rua still hanging on in there to the inside. Joe Arangio Bay, the first two. Castellion out wide with Maggie's Boy and Greedy Smith to the inside. Musa Word on the heels of that leading group of 5 and still travelling well, followed by Rockvale. And after Rockvale out wide is There Yar as they go over the middle flight taken down the back straight. And Onbukal Rua didn't get very high, but he still just has his nose in front to Joe Arangio Bay on the inside. Castellion now gets the first shake of the reins to try and close on the leading duo, and they're all bunching up as they cross over the 3rd from home, and it was just out in front Onbukal Rua as they go into the turn with on the inside Joe Arangio Bay in 2nd. Castellion has now moved into 2nd around the outside. The eye is drawn to the vivid orange of There Yar, has been given a very patient ride by Charlie Todd, but now he's checking off rivals one by one. He's moved into 3rd, angling wide to try and challenge. Musa Wert is another one who is picking up from some way back. Then Joe Arangio Bay, who has run his race, so too as Maggie's Boy. They're about to rise at the 2nd from home, and it was Onbukal Rua now being tackled by There Yar down the wide outside. Castellion is now one pace, still beginning to plug away on the inside is Musa Wert as they race inside the final furlong, the final flight of hurdles. Onbukal Rua over on the far side, on the near side, There Yar. These two now head to head, another 100 yards to go. Onbukal Rua on the outside, There Yar up in time. There Yar beat Onbukal Rua. Back in 3rd was Musa Wert, and Castellion was 4th.
There you are, 10 to 1 is your winner for the 245 at Bangor. On William Hill 2, we've got the 240 for Bahrain and the 250 at Turffontein, possibly getting underway at the same time, although they're loading up at Turffontein right now, where William Robertson is 9 to 4 your favourite. Chandigarh is 11 to 8 your favourite at Bahrain, but we're closer to home at Southwell, where Timber 12 is your 8 to 13 favourite in race 3. 9 runners in this mile novice stakes, and we'll cross over to the guys for their thoughts ahead of this one.
Fantastic little Kelso forecast if you were lucky enough to do that. You mentioned always a reason would go well at a price. This looks a little bit easier. Timber 12 odds on, 13 to 8 on.
Possibly ran to an RPR of 76 on debut at Kempton. Saint the Sea took a massive step forward from his debut, and he's run to an RPR of 69. So if you're just going off RPRs, there's £7 between them, and Timber 12 has to give that amount of weight away to Saint of the Sea. There's every chance that Timber 12 could step forward. Would I want him to be getting involved at 4 to 6? Not really, to be honest. I think Saint of the Sea should be closer in the market in my view. So I'll probably just side with Saint of the Sea. Of the others, Flash Koza needs to step up. Really disappointing effort when last seen this one over in Ireland, although it was a bit of a hard task for that one. So could see it better, perform better in this company. But I'll take Saint of the Sea.
Okay, so Tom going to oppose the 13 to 8 on favourite Timber 12 and take a chance on Saint of the Sea. Well, not too big a chance. It's 11 to 4. A horse that's having run number 3 for Mick Appleby. Just been a little bit tricky is James Fanshaw's representative, Love Fresh, a daughter of Massar, who's making her debut under Jack Doughty. She's quite a big price for her first start, currently 22 to 1. Massards do go well on the all-weather. Saint of the Sea was interesting around at Newbury on debut, only 11 to 1. Much better when second, back from a break at Seville, son of St Mark's Basilica. So interesting to see how Spirit of the Sea progresses on second run of the season. And your winner, well, your odds-on favourite, Timber 12, was a huge price when winning at Kempton on debut, 28 to 1. So it was a shock, and something must have happened in the meantime, because that was back in September and hasn't run since. So I'd probably be siding with Tom as well. Saint of the Sea, or I have been riding for Mick Appleby. Just taking a little while to load these at Seville. Newbury will be on the back of this. We should have enough time. 3 o'clock is Newbury's contest. Get a Whiskey 9 to 2, 11 to 2 in Dania. Strong run 6s, 13 to 2 Chris McCat, 7 to 1 What a Moo. Fresh as a daisy, 15 to 2, 14s and bigger the rest. We have got a non-runner in Severana, but it is the EBF Mayor's Final, which is very competitive stuff. So hopefully we can get a good word with Ken in the paddock for this contest. Timber 12 has been a little bit reluctant to go in the paddock, the son of Ulysses, who did make a winning debut at Kempton, but hasn't been seen since. Tom likes Saint of the Sea, who's second in the market. This one's 11 to 4. Flash Kozo 5 to 1. That one did go in a sales race last time out, so forgiven that poor effort. Much calmer waters back in a maiden. They're just been a little bit tricky as this Love Fresh. Not sure how many more chances they're going to give her, this daughter of Massar. James had Piello win nicely yesterday at the Wolverhampton Friday Night Live fixture. Pietro, he won well. They are just struggling a little bit with Love Fresh. There is another yard that's in good form. Martin Mead hasn't got many horses, but he has started training again, and they had a well-back winner in Politely, their only winner of this season so far, but they've only run 2. And that horse was well backed. Clapford 4th of 6 on his debut behind Miss Lady Grace. That one's installed. Last one to go forward will be Tom's selection, Saint of the Sea. Next up for us will be Newbury's feature of the day, the EBF Mayor's Final. Saint of the Sea, though, the choice for Tom Humphreys. They're all set. Let's get the call from Seville.
They're off. Jumping away over a mile, first division of the Always Gamble Responsibly at BetMGM Restricted Novice. It wasn't a great start for Love Fresh, one of the newcomers, and August Spring is also needing some encouragement early. Same comments apply for Cobalt Comet. They're right at the back of the order. In contrast, the previous winner, Timber 12, got away alert in his crossing over to show the way. Hector Crouch has managed to breeze past them all, really, to set the gallop here from Saint of the Sea, who runs in second, the dark blue and white. Behind those at the moment, Floating Market and Clapford. Out deeper on the course, the left is Flash Kozo, seems to be lugging away from the inner a little bit, head to one side. Luscious Lille dropping a bit further behind. Cobalt Comet cannot keep up. Love Fresh not playing any sort of part as well, also badly outpaced alongside August Spring. So it's a very well stretched out field, and they've gone just beyond the halfway point. Timber 12. 3 parts of a length from Saint of the Sea, who closes the gap down. In behind them, the stripes of Flash Kozo tries to go into third from a now driven Clapford on that one's into the white. Nothing else at all involved. Floating Market is back in 5th place, and Cobalt Comet is currently best of those that are tailed off. Inside the 2, Timber 12 is got company and in a spot of bother perhaps. Saint of the Sea is moving upsides and has just edged on. Timber 12 now starting to try and respond, heading to the last furlong. Timber 12 digging in. Saint of the Sea in company. They're away of Flash Kozo. Floating Market is staying on late, right down the near side. They're not out of it. It's Timber 12, Saint of the Sea, Clapford coming back, Flash Kozo, slow motion all up the straight, but Timber 12 has dug it out. Timber 12 will remain unbeaten. Clapford running on for second. Saint of the Sea gave way late on in third. Flash Kozo in fourth. Odd race.
Yeah, Timber 12 is your 4-7 winner. Made hard work of it, but still a win is a win. We're getting underway for the 258 at Tosa. That's underway right now, but we've got the Mayor's Novices Hurdle, the big race at Newbury, 2 miles and 4 furlongs. Race 4, 15 runners here. Get a Whiskey is your 4-1 favourite. Let's cross over and get the thoughts of the guys ahead of this one.
Anya 11 to 2, 6 to 1, what a move, 6 to 1 strong run. Charisma Cat out to 13 to 2, 8 fresh to the Daisy, 14s and bigger. The remainder runners are down at the start. We've got 90 seconds till post time to get your bets on for this contest. Ken Peterson has been able to peruse his eyes over the fillies in the paddock. What stood out, Ken, for the UBF final?
Two stood out for me, James. Indania and Strong Run. I thought those two were, I would say, head and shoulders above the rest.
Both 6 to 1, Strong Run and Indania then for this UBF final at Newbury. A particular selection, or are you going to hedge your bets for both of them?
I'll go with Strong Run.
Strong Run.
My Strong Run.
Fairly Brian's representative, who's 13 to 2, but thumbs up for both those. What about Get a Whiskey? What a quick line on the Skelter mare, who is favourite?
It looks okay. Nothing wrong with her. I didn't like Charisma Cat. It didn't look great in her coat at all.
Okay, Charisma Cat, the negative, 13 to 2. Thank you very much for that, Ken. Tom Humphreys, a quick selection. You've got 20 seconds.
Yeah, I'm going to take one of the massive price here. Gaelic Saint. Really liked her handicap hurdle debut at a market race behind Pretending. She wasn't beaten that far. I think this better ground might just suit her at a big price.
Gaelic Scent then, 33 to 1 for Tom Humphreys as they are about to come into line. Alistair Jones, a selection, please.
I'll have two. I'll have Watamu and a big odds Trinity Street for Henry.
Eagles Reprieve, pretty slick as well. Another reminder for Melbourne Ghost. Gaelic Rover just in behind. Sean Quinlan hasn't moved a muscle all the way round. The horse been cantering round as now they head to the cross flight, which is 3 out. Ivan's Legacy, Eagles Reprieve, Gaelic Rover, yet to be asked any questions over this one, followed by Remember the Name in 4th, Melbourne Ghost in 5th, Talk to the Boss and Bollin Skittle. Now they're on the run towards the final 2 flights. Turning left-handed, Eagles Reprieve now serves it up to Ivan's Legacy. Gaelic Rover smoothly into 3rd, and then Remember the Name, 2 or 3 lengths back to Melbourne Ghost. Bollin Skittle down the outside and Talk to the Boss. Here's the second last. Eagles Reprieve has taken over there, but Gaelic Rover quick to challenge now and finally just shaken up a little bit. Eagles Reprieve and Gaelic Rover, the top 2 in the market, look like fighting it out as they race on now towards the final flight. Quite a long run to it, and he has to get very serious now, Sean Quinlan, with Gaelic Rover, because Eagles Reprieve is galloping on powerfully as they now approach the final flight, and Eagles Reprieve with a clear advantage coming to it. Eagles Reprieve over well. Gaelic Rover second, running on at good paces. Remember the Name, a nice run, but Eagles Reprieve is going to run out a very comprehensive winner. Getting up for second, Remember the Name, that's a surprise. Heading Gaelic Rover, the odds-on favourite on the run-in, and back in 4th, Bollin Skittle.
Yeah, success for Eagles Reprieve. Jack Power on board, 7-4 for Lucinda Russell and Scooter Moore in the latest contest over at Kelso rather. Meanwhile, we're going to be going to Bangor next for the 355, a 2-mile 1 handicap chase, where Paddy's Policy is 2-1 fav from Disguised Limit at 100-30. Epinephrine is 7-2 from DJ Pete at 4s, and Gia Madrique is 7-1, the outsider of the 5. This is the 355 at Bangor, and we'll go back to the team on William Hill Racing Radio.
Yeah, been strong in the market. He was, 3s last night. Making his chase debut. He did win a maiden over hurdles. He couldn't win a handicap, but he did threaten on a couple of occasions off slightly higher marks. Like a lot of these McCain horses, they do make better chasers than hurdlers, and encouraging that he was second in his only Irish point. So everything points towards him, taking a good step forward here on his chasing debut, and he will get the nod ahead of the Venetia Williams horse. Epinephrine, who has got closer with each of her starts over fences last time, only 4th or 6th at Warwick, but wasn't beaten far, and she does appeal as a winner waiting to happen. But Paddy's Policy for me here on his chase debut.
Paddy's Policy then 2-1 shot for Alistair Jones. Our next stop after this will be Sunny Seville, the 403. Tenzi is your warm favourite now as Bandi is out. 5-4 on Tenzi, Irish Incentive 7-2, 9-2 Curtin Caller, Ndoto is 7-2, 18s. A pretty weak race coming up at Seville. That is the 403. I'm not quite sure why we haven't jumped at Bangor. We're now a minute past post time. Selection is the favourite, Paddy's Policy, 2-1 for Alistair Jones. Its Disguised Limit is 130, 7-2 Epinephrine, 4-1 DJ Pete, and your outsider Gilead Madrick at 8-1. I just wonder if they are looking at potentially doling hurdles because offences. There's actually I've got 4 horses in front of me. They are coming out onto the track now. There's one missing. DJ Pete is there, so not quite sure who we're waiting for. No, he's just joining the pack now. So we're nearly all set for Bangor. The 355 is about to get underway. Paddy's Policy, your 2-1 favourite for Alistair, off and a racing.
Gray has jumped off okay, and they have 2 miles, 1.5 furlongs to race in the Overton Handicap Chase, which means they'll be crossing over 12 fences, and it is Gere Madrick, who was very keen on the way to the start. He's pretty keen early in the race, and he is the early leader. It's Paddy's Policy, who's at the other end of the field through the early stages. He was last over fence number 1. So it's Gere Madrick who has the lead in the hands of Charlie Maggs. He leads by just over a length to Epinephrine and Charlie Deutsch
in second. Then DJ Pete with James Best around the outside of Disguised Limit in the hands of Toby Wynn, and the back marker is Paddy's Policy and Theo Gillard as they come into the home straight and on towards fence number 2. Gere Madrick has got the lead as he prepares to rise to the mare Epinephrine towards the inner. There's about a length and a half between them as they got over that fence. Not quite as fluent as the others was Paddy's Policy, and on now towards fence number 3. Gere Madrick leads the way by about a length to Epinephrine in second, DJ Pete in third, and then Disguised Limit, who races towards the outside, and on his inner is Paddy's Policy. So all safely over the first 3 fences, and now another 9 more to take in one more complete circuit of the chase course. And Gere Madrick has a lead of about a length and a half to Epinephrine in second. A neck away to the outside, DJ Pete is in third. Paddy's Policy on his chasing debut in fourth, and just the back marker is Disguised Limit as they race now past the enclosures and on towards the fence by the paddock. The leader is Gere Madrick, comes towards fence number 4. His lead extends to nearly 2 lengths over Epinephrine, who races to the inner of the grey DJ Pete. Going widest of all is Disguised Limit, and sticking to the inner is Paddy's Policy, and they very nearly reached fence number 5 and halfway, with Gere Madrick still having the lead over this next plain fence. He got in a little deep. 2 in second place, it was DJ Pete. At the back of the field, Paddy's Policy was not good at that fence, was ridden away from it by Theo Gillard, and now they have an open ditch in their sights. Gere Madrick at fence number 6. His lead was 2 lengths. DJ Pete had to reach for it in second, and Paddy's Policy has really stopped at the back of the field. He's gone really short there, and he's going to be pulled up immediately by Theo Gillard, jumping that fence. It appears as though he just lost his action, and he has been pulled up. So it is Gere Madrick who leads now by 2.5 lengths to DJ Pete in second, Disguised Limit to the outside of Epinephrine, and now they're heading down the back straight. On then towards the 6th from home. Gere Madrick has led all the way so far. A couple of lengths to DJ Pete, now about to be joined by Disguised Limit in second and third, and Epinephrine has now dropped back to last of the 4 as now they approach the middle fences down the back. Going on now towards the 5th from home. This is plain, followed by the final open ditch. Gere Madrick still by a length and a half to Disguised Limit, who's got the white cheek pieces. The grey is DJ Pete, the back marker Epinephrine. 4 more to take. This is the final ditch. Gere Madrick still has the lead, still going well in front. A length and a half to DJ Pete, being ridden along by James Best now. On the inside is Disguised Limit, and a little bit of a break. 3 lengths back to Epinephrine, and on towards a 3rd from home, the last in the back straight. Gere Madrick reaches for it, stood off a long way from that, but his lead is a couple of lengths over DJ Pete in second, and the leader's going best at the moment. Gere Madrick still by a length and a half to DJ Pete, who's been driven now in second position. Trying to close in third is Disguised Limit, and in fourth Epinephrine as they make the turn in, with around about 3 furlongs to go from here and just 2 more plain fences to take. Gere Madrick still has the lead to DJ Pete, now challenging towards the outside is Disguised Limit together with Epinephrine, who is also trying to rally. They go over the 2nd from home, and 3 were virtually in line. Gere Madrick now being joined and passed by DJ Pete, and it's DJ Pete and James Best who have now taken the lead. Disguised Limit, Gere Madrick, and still Epinephrine continues to stay on the final fence. DJ Pete will have the lead. His lead was about a length and a half. Epinephrine is the one who is staying on very strongly towards the wide outside and well inside the final half furlong. DJ Pete over on the far side still has the lead as they race up towards the line. A double here for James Best. It is DJ Pete in front. Epinephrine in second, Disguised Limit in third, and in fourth came Gere Madrick.
Yeah, success for number 5, DJ Pete, 4-1. James Best on board for Sarah Jane Davis over at Bangor. We're going to go to Southwell now for a 7 furlong fillies novice, where 2's on favourite is Tenzi. Irish incentive is 4-1. It's 5-1 bar, 5 running total here in race 5. And we'll go back to James and the team on Racing Radio to see if there's any angle against this odds-on favourite.
One is doing the steering, and currently 1-2. Irish incentive is 4-1. Curtain caller is 11-2. And now a very important absentee from this race. That is the top one. Well, it was scheduled on the raid card. Bandy, who probably would have been favourite, but isn't. So that is something to note. Tenzi then, odds on at the moment. Tom, is this one to be with, or is this one maybe to be taking on?
Oh, I think he's looking pretty short. You know, I'll be honest. For all as a weak finisher, not sure I'd want to be piling in at 4 to 7. Put his best rating on his debut at Goodwood in June, and since then he just hasn't really lived up to it. Each run he's regressed. In fact, so 4 to 7 would be short enough for me. Irish Incentive is the one I liked. He had 9 to 2. I think it's a cracking price really. He was way too keen last time out at Chelmsford over the mile. Back to 7 furlongs here. Tenzi likes to go forward. If he can just track him through and Marco Gianni can just settle him, and that's a big if as well because he is very keen. I think he could run a big race. Of the others, we don't know anything about Curtin Caller for Tom Dascombe, and the other two need to step up massively on what they've shown so far. So I'll take swing at Irish Incentive here.
Irish Incentive then, the runners are going forward. There is Curtin Caller going in with those 4 white socks, and just 18,000 guineas as he achieved today. Will be considered as a bonus, but we're just looking at Tenzi. There she is. She's going 4 to 7. Irish Incentive has just taken the 92 now, 4 to 1, 11 to 2 Curtin Caller, and it's 11 to 1 Barlow. So the final few runners are going in here at Southwell. As I said, that they're going in. Vardy Rum is just proving a little reluctant to stride forward. This daughter of Starman, William Cox, has gotten them out this afternoon, and there is Ndota representing Richard Fye, of course, who weren't reading the news earlier on. He's going to have a change of license. He's now got his son on the license, so that's going to be something to look forward to seeing, and if there's going to be a change of fortune for them. Let's find out. Here's Southwell.
They're off. 5 of them away. This is the bet 10 get 40 with BetMGM Fillies restricted novice over 7. Irish Incentive restrained to cross at the back of the order early on. Wadirham away better today. She's bang up there in company with the hot favourite Tenzi, who's a little keen in the checks of 2 shades of blue. They're being followed by Curtin Caller, who runs the rail. His partner at the moment is in Doto, and the back marker Irish Incentive Marco Gianni. Working to the end of the back straight, it's Wadirham and William Cox in front here by half a length over Tenzi and Safi Osborne running second. Another length or so to Curtin Caller, William Carson. The newcomer is on the inside of Ndoto, Shane Gray, and Irish Incentive is still waiting in rear, a further length and a half behind as they head to the halfway point. Wadirham with Tenzi pestering on the out of the left as they level. Curtin Caller now niggled at him behind, and Doto is still going okay. Irish Incentive a couple adrift in rear and now being asked to try and come with some sort of effort. 2.5 furlongs to go. Tenzi now is pouncing on Wadirham. The right Curtin Caller is asked for more, and Doto still between rivals. Back marker Irish Incentive's got 3 lengths to find. 1.5 furlongs to cover. Tenzi, Wadirham still little between the front pair. Irish Incentive is running on now, starting to power from the back of the pack up the running rail into the final 150 yards. Tenzi is doing just enough here. Irish Incentive is trying to come again close to home, is getting nearer. Tenzi needs the line. Got there. Tenzi just to beat Irish Incentive with Wadirham in third, then and Doto, and finally Curtin Caller.
Yeah, well, did enough. Tenzi, the 4 to 7 favourite. Jamie Osborne and Safi Osborne's combination will have hoped to have done it slightly easier than that. It's got close late on, but 4 has scored from Irish Incentive in second. That was a 4:03 at Southwell. We have more action coming up for you on the Greyhound front with Newcastle very shortly. They're also heading to the start at Newbury for the 4:10. It's a handicap chase over the extended 2 miles, and Escape and Evade is a 2 to 1 favourite. Cookéo is 3 to 1 from Cop Mask at 7 to 2. Palacio is 4 to 1, and Excitations is 15 to 2. The outsider of the 5. Race 6 on the way. We'll be heading to Navan shortly, followed by Kelso's 4:23. We've also got action coming up for you from Lyon and Bahrain. But it's Newbury first, and 4:10, which sees Escape and Evade just easing out to 9 to 4 favouritism. Let's go to Ian and the team over on William Hill Racing Radio and see what they make of this one.
The stakes to play as far as the prices are concerned. Let's get some expert opinion ahead of this. I'll bring in Alistair Alistair, thank you very much. Good to see you and hear from you again. Well, 5 runners to pour over. It's almost like a bags race, isn't it, in terms of the pricing? And it's Escape and Evade that is the market leader currently at 9-4.
Yeah, trappy this. I mean, you couldn't rule any of the 5 out with confidence. The one you mentioned, Palatrio, is they held him up last time and that backfired. As you said, he can be very keen. I think they've got an opportunity in this small field to just let him rip. And if his jumping stands for test, which isn't always the case, admittedly, but if it does, then he's always promised to be a decent horse. The ones at the top of the market are a bit iffy for one counter or another, so I will take a chance here with Palatrio.
Okay, there's nothing iffy about Ken Peterson, who's joining us at Trackside. Ken, good afternoon to you. Got 5 to pour over. Tell us what you saw.
Escape and Evade is the pick. He looks in really good order. Collateral, which Alice has mentioned, he looks okay. He didn't mind him. He was second choice for me. Crossmaster Mask is not great. I'm not a fan of that horse, so I'm going to stick with the top one, Escape and Evade.
Escape and Evade. We're talking about Palacio there. Do you think they're going to try and make it on Palacio?
I didn't like him, and Sam Thomas's form is bad for him. They're not in great form at all for his yard.
Yeah, well, see how it happens. Ken, we'll speak to you out of the 4:45. Let me bring in Tom, because Tom, let's get your thoughts on this as a runner at the post. So if you're having a bet in the shops, you need to be getting on now, folks. Tom, your thoughts?
Yeah, I'd be with Escape and Evade there. You can forgive him his last run at Sandown when he was pulled up here, and he ran a week and a half after running well at Haydock behind Kukeo there. He was off the mark of 133. I think he should go close here. There's a lot of question marks, a lot of them. Kukeo looked completely out of form last time in the Greatwood Gold Cup. Copmask is jumping, goes to pieces, and I would like Palacio, but for the same reason that Ken said, it's been 42 days since Sam Thomas has had a winner. That will obviously change at some point, but you'd like to see it turn around quicker than it is. So I'll be with Escape and Evade here.
Yeah, Escape and Evade representing Harry Derham's team, a team that have been in pretty good form. If you've been following them over the last week or so, they've been having winners up and down the country, and of course they had a 20-1 winner here at Newbury just yesterday, so certainly no doubt whatsoever about the value and the rigidity of that those form lines indeed for Harry Derham's charges. It's Escape and Evade who remains the favourite then at 2-1. We've got Palacio over there. How coming for Palacio, would you believe it? 103rd down. I'm not totally shocked by that, even though this has been alluded to by our experts and indeed by Ken, that terrible run of form for Sam Thomas's team. Copmask is 134-1 Kakea, and Excitations is 17-2 outside of the 5, but it's a Pam Sly horse, and those of you who listen regularly know never rule out a Pam Sly horse. We're off and racing. Let's go and join them.
For the annual running of the John Hayne Memorial Handicap Chase, 5 of them approaching the first. Escape and Evade, the light blue sleeves and cap, reached for the first. Took off a long way from the fence and came down quickly. Surrendered the lead to Palacio, who's going with plenty of enthusiasm on the run down to the second, and is getting loose on the lead, Palacio. Good 6 or 7 lengths clear from Escape and Evade, and then Copmask and a sheepskin noseband in third, ahead of Excitations and Kukeo in the dark blue and pink at the back of the field. Here's the water. It was Palacio's nemesis here last time. He wasn't particularly good this time either, but it is the only time in the race he'll have to jump it, and he's gone further clear, Palacio. About 10 lengths the margin back to Escape and Evade, and then Copmask, Excitations and Kukeo just a little taken off his feet, you fancy, at the back of the field. He's a further 4 lengths adrift. So Palacio bounding on down the back straight, already on the approach to the 4th, with a long lead over Escape and Evade. Excitations with the red sleeves in 3rd place. Palacio was out to his right and in tight to it. Copmask in the green and black landed in 4th, and 4 or 5 lengths away to Kukeo. Here's the ditch. Palacio not so far clear, but he handles it well enough. From Escape and Evade, Copmask, Excitations and Kukeo sluggish and out to his right, last of the 5. They're already heading on towards the middle fence down the back straight, and Palacio has a lead of half a dozen lengths over Escape and Evade, who jumped well in second, and then Copmask and Excitations wide, and a further 5 lengths away to Kukeo. Penultimate fence on the far side. Palacio, the lead dwindling over Escape and Evade. And Then Copmask in the noseband just ahead of Excitations. And lastly, Kukeo. Final fence in the back. They're into the last mile now. Palacio, Copmask was asked up there, didn't get very high. Kukeo continues adrift and is being hustled along, as Palacio now has Escape and Evade right at his quarters as they leave the back straight behind them. Copmask and Excitations close up third and fourth respectively, and this gap back to Kukeo. Down the side of the track then, heading for the final 3/4 of a mile or so, and on towards the cross fence. It's the fifth from home. And Palacio and Dylan Johnston with a small lead over Escape and Evade and Paul O'Brien. Copmask right behind the leading duo at the cross fence, and there wasn't much margin for error. Kukeo in last place, untidy. Excitations in fourth, just being nursed into the bridle, as Palacio and Escape and Evade have now got the other three in behind working to get on terms. Heading towards the top of the straight, they're approaching the final half mile and the last line of 4 fences. Palacio over Escape and Evade. Copmask in touch in third, Excitations hanging on in there, 4 out. Palacio was quick, and the lead has grown again over Escape and Evade, who's now firmly ridden along. Then Copmask and Excitations. There's been no show from Kukeo. 3 outs the ditch. Palacio maintaining the advantage over Escape and Evade, who's chasing doggedly. Clear now of Copmask and Excitations. On down to the second last. Palacio, big and bold, quicker through the air than Escape and Evade. Copmask a mistake in third, Excitations in fourth. Palacio then on down towards the last. Escape and Evade is still chasing. Palacio, surely one more good jump. Comes up cleanly, comes up well, comes up clear. From Escape and Evade, Copmask back in third and then Excitations. And it's been a bold display from the front from Palacio. He's getting a little lonely late on. Escape and Evade is inching closer, but time is running out. And Palacio and Dylan Johnston stay on strongly to win. Escape and Evade is in second, Copmask in third, Excitations fourth, and then Kukeo.
Palacio, the winner there, a good ride from the front from Dylan Johnston, 16-5, and had a willing and clever partner as well. Sam Thomas's Palacio, the winner at Newbury in the 4:10. We're off to Navan for the 4:17. A 3-mile now handicap chase, a listed contest, where Show Your Appreciation is 5-2 from Corey Starr at 5-1. Magic McColgan is 6-1 from Nelson County, 15-2. Racketeer is 17-2, so too is Gringo Doberel.
getting closer with every single stride and is going to get there. Fahrenheit 7 up to deny Clear Point, who blazed the trail, couldn't quite see it out. Against the wind, then finished in third, and Rhythm and Hooves was fourth.
Got there. Fahrenheit 7 wins the 4:38 at Southall. Number 7, Fahrenheit 7, your winner from 8 and 6. That's 7, 8 and 6. The first three home, 5-2. The winner, Tom Marquand on board. Action coming up from Toaster. The 4:38 is a 270-metre D4, where the post picks are 6, 1 and 4. Market favourite here is Trap 5, Coolmore Poppy, who is 9-4. Away from 11-4, Make It Anton in 2. 100-30 then for Make It Eddie in 4. 7-2 for Choices Bev in 1. 5-1 Spiffing in 6. And 11-1 Blue Robin. Your outsider, Trap 3. Just a little bit behind time over at Toaster, but they are getting to the traps now. We've also got action coming up from Newcastle on the Greyhound front. The 4:48 is around about 8 minutes away. Continued action coming up for you at Bahrain. Whilst we have Newbury as our next point of call domestically with the 4:45 of Well, that's Make It Anton Blue Jacket and Coolmore Poppy in 5. 3-1 Make It Eddie, 7-2 Choices Bev, 5-1 Spiffing and 11-1 Blue Robin, all in final chance of bets. Hair on the move. And off. Poor break from 4, Make It Eddie, away well was Choices Bev, so too Coolmore Poppy to the outside. It's 1-4, high 5, then comes 6-2, 4 went wide and finally 3. It's the Red Jacket who leads, goes on by half a length, 5 switches to the inside, 1 from 5, then comes 6, 1 holding on, 1 doing enough, 1 the winner. Here's Choices Bev at Toaster. Heading to Newbury for the 4:45. There's your favourite, Havalia, 2-1 at the top of the market from Elysian Knight at 3-1. 7-2 bar those, 7 run in total for race 7. We'll be racing over just shy of 3 miles for this handicap chase. So we'll go to the team on Racing Radio and see what they make of it.
Runners are now arriving down at the start. Havalia 2-1, 3-1. Elysian Knight continues to prove popular in opposition to this fab. We've got 7-2 Some Scope. It's 6-1 King Turge and 17-2 Ballycamas. Man of the People are nibbling at Man of the People, 12-1 from 14s. And even there's a little bit of support for Almazar Guard at 28-1. We'll hopefully get in touch with Ken in a moment. Let's bring Tom to the party. Tom, how did you see this one panning out?
Yeah, you can give a lot of them positives, but you can probably give more negatives to them as well. I'd probably be with the top weight, King Turgeon. He hasn't run for 99 days since Pine blazed away. You look at his race time before that, he ran in the Sefton behind Colonel Harry. That's a much better race than he's in here. That was off 137. He's £4 lower than if he is okay after that 3-month break. I think he could be pretty well handicapped against some of the others where, like I said, they've got plenty of question marks against them.
Okay, hold out for Tom, because we can go and join Ken, who's been keeping a close eye right throughout the course of the afternoon. Ken, welcome back. Shall we start talking about the favourite then, Havalia? This is a very, very well-backed horse. How did you see the bottom weight in this one?
Doesn't carry much condition, Havalia. Look very fit, but I think it's too short for what it's done myself.
Okay, Elysian Knight's been quite popular as well for Neil Mulholland.
Yeah, I thought it looked really well. Interesting, Sean Bowen back. I'm riding from Neil Mulholland, which is not a normal jockey book, so I'll go with it.
Yeah, Some Scope, Richard Hobson and James Bowen, an eye-catching booking.
Just okay with me. Didn't look great in its coat for me.
And if I ask you, I want a slightly longer price there. I'm coming from Man of the People. Not a lot on the form book this year. Is there anything on how Man of the People looks that suggests a bigger one might be anticipated?
Well, he got best turned out, but I've seen the horse look better than he does this afternoon.
Okay, so just to clarify your selection in our finale.
I'm with Alicia Knight. I should mention King Trojan, which Tom mentioned. He didn't look too bad from Dairy Park, so yeah, maybe Tom's found one there. We'll see.
Okay, and when are we hearing from you next, Ken?
It'll probably be Wednesday night when the return of Constitution Hill on the flat.
Absolutely, yep. Of course, that's going to be a big story, I'm sure, upcoming. Ken, delightful as ever to speak to you, and we will speak to you then on Wednesday, all things being equal.
Thanks, everybody. Have a good weekend, and I'll speak to you on Wednesday. Bye-bye.
There we are. That's Ken Peterson. Join us at trackside. So, Tom, your thoughts post Ken's thoughts?
Yeah, happy now that Ken's given him a good mention in the paddock, and especially after 99 days off. Look, with the pipe team, you know they're going to be fit. But as long as he gets into a rhythm early, a lot like some of the others in here. Yeah, I think he's a nice each way price at 13 to 2. But like you say, shame about the 7 runners.
Yeah, it is indeed. The runners are at the post. Of course, if you're on the website and the terminals, you may be able to get the extra places, but you're going to have to take slightly short rods for that. You're going to have to make incredibly quick as well, because it is now 4:45, so we are at post time. And I can see the starter's got his flag raised. Navan will follow this race, but let's go over to Newbury for the final time this Saturday afternoon.
They're off. Jumping away over 3 miles or thereabout, the Win Unique Experiences at OLBG Prizes handicap chase, scheduled to jump 18 fences on the way round. Some scope in the shades of blue is among those prominent, with Ballycamus and the green and yellow and the grey King Tertian out wide. Nose-banded Elysian Knight is down on the inner, tracked by Havela with the white sleeves and cap, orange and green on the jacket. And then back to Almazar Garden, Man of the People, as they take the second, the last of the fences in the back straight. Some scope then will lead them into the far corner over King Tertian and Elysian Knight. Ballycamus in 4th place. Almazar Guard with a pink cap racing on the outer of Havela, and they in turn are being tracked by Man of the People as Some Scope and James Bowen bring them on down the side of the course, approaching the cross fence at the 3rd. King Tertian heading the main cluster of runners over Elysian Knight and Ballycamus 3rd and 4th. Some Scope jumping fluently. Man of the People at the back of the field, more cautious than the others. He lingered in the air a little, and he's now some 10 lengths off the pace setting Some Scope, who brings them to the top of the straight first time. King Tertian remains in second in advance of Elysian Knight and Ballycamus in the green and yellow. And then Almazar Guard shadowing Havela, who's being quietly ridden by Caroline Quinn. And a small break to Man of the People. First in the line up the straight, again Some Scope jumping well. On that occasion it was Ballycamus's turn to slightly back off the fence. Moving on to the 5th, it's the first of the open ditches. Some Scope, asked up, comes up well. The grey King Tertian stood off it in second, ahead of Elysian Knight and Ballycamus. And then Almazar Guard and Havela. And Man of the People needs a bit of encouragement from Johnny Burke at the back of the field, as Some Scope took that fence with daylight between himself and the top of the birch, on towards the fence which was ultimately going to be their last. It's fence 7 on this occasion. Some Scope with an uncontested lead over King Tertian. Ballycamus jumping out to his right. Man of the People a little slow in rear. And onto the water they come, with a circuit of the Newbury Chase course ahead of them. And just one more circuit of jumping this spring at the track. Some Scope with an uncontested advantage through the first mile and a quarter. Not so good at the water. Ballycamus bunny hopped it, left a trailing leg, and Man of the People, last of all, is still being cajoled along. And Some Scope leads King Tertian and Ballycamus left-handed. Elysian Knight in 4th place, just ahead of Almazar Guard. And then Havela, and Man of the People has made up a little ground, but remains last, though just about in touch, as Some Scope takes them off down the back straight to halfway and on the approach to fence 9. He's just beginning to open up again. Goes 3 or 4 lengths clear of King Tertian. Some Scope stood off that, really attacked it, jumped it well. King Tertian chasing, and then Ballycamus over Elysian Knight and the noseband racing on the near side of Almazar Guard, tracked by Havela and Man of the People. Another open ditch there. Elysian Knight not so good, dragging his hind legs through the birch. They head towards the middle fence on the far side. It brings them to the end of one full circuit, and Some Scope has made all so far. He's asked up again by James Bowen. King Tertian takes a tumbling fall when chasing the pace, and Almazar Guard was mildly inconvenienced. King Tertian is on his feet, galloping away none the worse. Jack Tudor only sitting up at the moment. I think he's about to rise. Some scope at the penultimate fence on the far side, with Almazar Guard, Elysian Knight and Ballycamus out wide closing in. Havela sitting on their tails, and the still pushed along Man of the People, last of those still going. Some scope over Elysian Knight and Almazar Guard has departed there, slithered along the ground and gave Paul O'Brien no chance. Meanwhile, back where he departed, Jack Tudor is about to get a lift back to the weighing room. So a depleted field, leaving the back straight inside the last mile. They've got 5 fences to jump. Some scope still in front. Ballycamus in the green and yellow has gone second. Elysian Knight in the noseband is third. Havela still quietly ridden, but firmly in touch in 4th place. Right up to the quarters of Elysian Knight. Man of the People is struggling on. Last of those still on their feet. Some scope over the cross fence, with Havela now jumping up to nose into second, sandwiched between Elysian Knight against the rail and Ballycamus out wide, and 8 lengths away to Man of the People. Turning on in then, they're heading for the final half mile, and they've got 4 more fences left to jump, and it's still Some Scope and James Bowen in front. His brother Sean is nudging away on the noseband at Elysian Knight. Havela, though, has yet to be popped the question. Ballycamus out wide is still fighting on. Elysian Knight was slow. Man of the People in 5th hasn't lost any further ground. Some Scope shaken up in front. Here's the open ditch, the 3rd last. Havela draws alongside. Ballycamus again jumps out to his right. Elysian Knight was down on his nose. And Havela saunters into a narrow lead as Some Scope battles on. 2 out. Havela and Some Scope clear of Ballycamus, Elysian Knight and Man of the People. Now Havela is shaken up, asked a stretch, he responds, he opens up, goes 3 clear. Some Scope switched, is rallying, here's the final fence. Havela, spring-heeled, came up with daylight to spare, and there's now daylight between him and Some Scope, who's given it a valiant go back in second, but he's going to be no match for Havela. A patient ride from Caelan Quinn. It's going to be a winning ride for the Havela partnership, Gary and Josh Moore. Havela is a ready winner. Some Scope in second, Elysian Knight in third, and Man of the People plugged on to be 4th ahead of Ballycamus.
Oh, what a leap at the last. Havela 9-4, your winner there at Newbury in their 4:45 as we go straight to Navan for the 4:52. A 2-mile 1 handicap chase where Park That is 2-1 from Mudan at 7-2. 3 in a row, the same price. Kazkar Darthel is 9-2 from 6-1 Don't Tell Jack and 20-1 Bar. 9 runners in total for race 6. This is the 4:52. Heading forwards towards the starter. Let's get final thoughts from the team on Racing Radio.
Chapter on his handicap debut at Nace, finished 3rd, beaten 12 lengths, but he was strong in the market, but he was held up well off the pace, and he had to do a lot of running to get competitive, and he had every chance at the last, but he just flattened out late on. If he's ridden Mark Walsh takes over from Simon Torrens, and yeah, if he's ridden handy to the pace, there's definitely enough in that run to believe he's well handicapped.
Of 2 miles and a furlong, the Kilberry handicap chase, they've been recalled.
It looked as though they were ready to go, but a false start was called, and as a result, the 4:52 at Navan will have to wait. Newbury, 4:45, confirmation. Havela was your 9-4 winner there from Some Scope at 7-2. Meanwhile, on to Leon. Their next contest is their 4:52, and they're loading forwards for that. Sully is 5-2 from 2 Nijinsky Sen at 3s. Arkenstone is 6-1, and it is 6-1 Bar. Getting back to the start then at Navan for this 4:52, they'll try again.
On the run to the first of 12 fences, it is Mudan the top weight with on the right 3 in a row. They meet up with their first fence. They're followed, and down there Spinning Web, badly hampered Stuntman Steve. Walking away is Danny Mullins. Mudan in front from 3 in a row, followed by Park That, Someone's Wish, and in the quartered cap Don't Tell Jack. Then Valin Duplessis and Kazakh Dartel. At the rear, Stuntman Steve. Heading for fence number 3. Not a whole lot between Mudan and 3 in a row, followed by Someone's Wish into 3rd from Park That, and then comes Don't Tell Jack. Valon de Placey is 2 behind Kazakh Dartel and Stuntman Steve. They come on away from fence 3, a blunder by Valon de Placey. 3 in a row. And Mudan matching strides. Over 4 lengths back to Park That, regaining 3rd from Someone's Wish. Then Don't Tell Jack, Kazakh Dartel, Valon de Placey and Stuntman Steve. Turning away from the stands to fence number 4. The first of 2 ditches. Little between Mudan and 3 in a row. Followed by Park That, Someone's Wish, Don't Tell Jack, Kazakh Dartel, Valon de Placey and Stuntman Steve. Very few changes. 10 furlongs to go and another 8 fences to jump. Mudan, Owen Finnegan, and in by the rail is 3 in a row. Ricky Doyle, 4 lengths to Park That, Mark Walsh in 3rd, and 4 the Someone's Wish, Paddy Cleary. And then Don't Tell Jack, racing together Kazakh Dartel and Valon de Placey, and still trading the field is Stuntman Steve. First to 4 in the back straight, and it's 3 in a row. Rising first from Mudan. Jumping closer, Someone's Wish, and Park That. Don't Tell Jack, Kazakh Dartel, Valon de Placey and Stuntman Steve. Over another in the back straight. And still not a whole lot between Mudan and 3 in a row. 2.5 in front of Someone's Wish, then Park That. Kazakh Dartel improves on the inside of Don't Tell Jack, and then Valon de Placey and Stuntman Steve. Inside the final mile. Continuing to the fence at the end of the back straight. And it is Mudan and 3 in a row, still in the first 2 positions. As they've been from Flagfall, followed by Someone's Wish and Park That. And Kazakh Dartel, Don't Tell Jack, Valon de Placey, and out wide, Stuntman Steve. That was 5 out. 3 in a row and Mudan. Still going along stride for stride. Then Park That and Someone's Wish. Don't Tell Jack, Kazakh Dartel. Valon de Placey joined at the rear by Stuntman Steve. For the jump, the Kilberry Handicap Chase. Coming to this fence, on the approach to the straight, 3 in a row. Edges on by a half to 3 parts of a Mudan, then Someone's Wish, who chases them couple of lengths behind and a disputing 3rd with Park That, then Don't Tell Jack. Stuntman Steve, Kazakh Dartel and Valon de Placey is now the back marker as they return to their point of departure. 3 more fences to jump. 3 in a row rejoined by Mudan. Then Park That, Someone's Wish. Don't Tell Jack, Kazakh Dartel coming over this way is Stuntman Steve. And then Valon de Placey over 3 fences from the finish. 3 in a row with Park That, improving on the outside of Mudan. The 3 panned across the course, followed by Don't Tell Jack, Someone's Wish, Kazakh Dartel, Stuntman Steve, Valon de Placey, 2 left to jump. Out on the outside is Park That coming up to Mudan, and 3 in a row over the second last. They're followed by Don't Tell Jack, who pecked on landing, then Kazakh Dartel. 1 more fence left to jump, 3 in a row and Mudan. And this protracted duel from the outset, followed by Park That and Kazakh Dartel stays on over the last Mudan. From Park That down Kazakh Dartel, then Don't Tell Jack, and 3 in a row. It is Mudan and Owen Finnegan in front and will defy top weight in the Kilberry Handicap Chase for Kieran Murphy. Second is Park That and Don't Tell Jack. Third, final is Sean Flanagan as he attends his partner Kazakh Dartel on the landing side.
Mudan, the winner there at Navan in the 452. Meanwhile, final one's going back forwards at Leon on 2 for the 452. Meanwhile, here on 1, we've got Newcastle's 5 o'clock and opener. It's a 1.5 mile handicap where Alta Walden is at 15 to 8, from Rastnet at 4 to 1, Legal Aid is 5 to 1, Machete 11 to 2, Selenic 13 to 2, Charlie's Choice is 17 to 2, and Cabrera is 11 to 1. 7 run in total for the opener here at Newcastle, so we'll go back to the team shortly. We've got Southall coming up there 5:13, and another one to go at Navan as confirmation that Mudan won at 7 to 2. Park That 2 to 1 second, and Don't Tell Jack was third at 7s as we go back to Newcastle and the team on Racing Radio.
Very weak novice that he won by 14 lengths. He only had one horse to beat, really. That was the odds-on favourite, who had an absolute shocker. So what that form is worth, probably not a lot, but he did post an RPR of 82, and he gets in here off 80 for his handicap debut. Newmarket Raider, well backed. You know, he wouldn't be at all surprised to see him win. But I'll probably take him on with Rasnet, who's that little bit more battle hardened. He's also got the benefit of some recent match practice. One is novice over a mile and 4 at Wolverhampton, and very nearly followed up on his handicap debut. Doing all his best work late, and he went down by a neck. He's been pushed up 2 pounds. Stiffer finish at Newcastle, you would think, will suit him down to the ground. So we'll take the favourite on with Rasnet.
Okay, Rasnet is currently 7-2, solid for John Butler, and very consistent as well. 5-2-2-1-2, the form figures for this daughter of Fastnet Rock, and believe it or not, certainly a positive jockey booking. Out to Warden though, son of Steady a Man, first run since wind surgery, handicap debut, first run of 2026, and he's actually Hungarian bred. Don't see too many of those running in the UK. And good to see up is the faller at Navan in the last.
Good.
So that is good news. It didn't sound great in the post-race review from the commentator. So good news there. Off and racing at Newcastle. Let's get the call.
And one of the first away is the filly Selenic, who began well. Machete's fairly prominent as well in the brown and light green colours. And Legal Aid is out widest of the front trio as they go towards their first turn. Just tucking in behind them then Arthur Walden, who's racing one off the rail next to Rasnet, who's in the beige and dark blue. And then there's 2 lengths away Charlie's Choice, who's towards the outside of Cabrera, who's just about last of all as the field swing away left-handed towards the back straight. And they'd be covered by around 6 lengths or so, with Machete having got to the front for Danny Tudhope, and the 7-year-old leads them down towards the mile pole. In second place, Legal Aid, who's 3 parts away on the outside. Selenic has settled in 3rd place then, followed by Arthur Walden, orange jacket, white cap for Callum Shepherd on his handicap debut in 4th. A length and a half back in 5th position to Rasnet. Charlie's Choice, who's won 3 times this winter at Lingfield, is racing next in the field, and Cabrera continues to bring up the rear under Callum Rodriguez as she returns from a 11-month absence, and the field are now going towards the far turn. Around 3/4 of a mile left to go, and that's halfway covered in this midnight build for 2026, not 2006 handicap. It's Machete leading half a length to Legal Aid, who's never been too far away towards the outside. Selenic in the cream and strawberry colours, racing 3rd, just being shaken up a little by Morris as Arthur Walden creeps ever so slowly closer towards the outer in 4th. Rasnet 5th, Charlie's Choice 6th, another length away, and Cabrera still down on the inside rail and still last of the 7 runners as they begin the swing back towards the home straight. They've got 3.5 furlongs to go. Heading towards the centre of the course then, and Machete under pressure from a strong travelling Legal Aid. Selenic on the right, and then on the left is Arthur Walden. Rasnet being stoked up behind them in the dark blue and beige. Cabrera's trying to make ground. Charlie's Choice is last of all, and Legal Aid has been headed by Arthur Walden, who's taking it up now with a furlong and a half to go. Selenic riding away. Rasnet between them making ground. Then comes Cabrera. They've got a furlong to cover, and it's just Arthur Walden. Rasnet, though, putting in a strong challenge. Selenic keeping on back in 3rd, but when pressed, Arthur Walden has found a bit more, and Arthur Walden begins to move away near the line. Arthur Walden's made a winning handicap debut. Rasnet 2nd, Selenic 3rd, and Cabrera was 4th.
Arthur Walden, the winner there in the 5 o'clock at Newcastle. Meanwhile, they're away and racing over at Fairgrounds in their 5 o'clock on 2.
Road Trippin' and Fast Connection in the red cap, running in 6th. Brian Hernandez Jr. and Prepped is 7th. Some 7 lengths off the leader, Classic Tap. As they enter the far turn, the trailers remain Mount Vernon and Royal Causeway. Half mile for Classic Tap, 48.88 seconds. Classic Tap looking to make every yard for Jareth Lawberry as these maiden 3-year-olds turn for home. At the quarter pole, it's Classic Tap. Toward the inside is Swerve with that big white blaze who likes to make a bid. Tranquilo between horses with Tater Pie on the outside, then Road Trippin' and Royal Causeway. 3/4 went in 1 minute 14.02 seconds. Swerve runs at Classic Tap, and these two in a clash for the final 16th. Classic Tap has dug in. Swerve on the outside with Gerald Ludberry. Classic Tap a 20-1 all the way winner. Classic Tap held Swerve and then prepped with Royal Causeway.
Classic Tap, the winner there at Fairgrounds in their 5 o'clock, held on at a big price too. Arthur Walden was the winner in the opener at Newcastle. As you can see, George Scott's representative Callum Shepherd on board.
Everton are a huge price against Chelsea. The Toffees to win, both teams to score, and an Iliman Ndiaye shot on target are in my bet slip for this one. Chelsea are a bit of a mess. Again. PSG took them to the cleaners, and their defeat to Newcastle wasn't great either. Everton will get amongst them here, and they have to be the bet at the prices for me. I'll play a home win and both teams to score. Chelsea can score at least. Iliman Ndiaye is the man who makes things happen for Everton. He had 3 shots in the reverse fixture and hit the target with one of them. An Ndiaye shot on target rounds off my bet builder here, and Impact Sub is on your side if he comes off as well.
And that's the bet builder from Nicole ahead of the Saturday 5:30 fixture in less than half an hour's time. Match result, Everton, both teams to score, and player shots on target, well, Iliman Ndiaye at least one. Impact Sub applies. That's the bet builder from Nicole. And those are your team sheets ahead of the 5:30 fixture, 25 minutes away. Everton hosting Chelsea. Action coming up from Sandy Lanes on 2, the 5:06. Feel the Need is your 3-1 market leader, 7-2 Bohemian and 6-1 Bar.
They're off. 5 is an early leader. 9 is close behind. Into the bend now, and look at them go. 11 is making rapid headway, and we have a new leader, number 12. 9 is the leader. 12 in second place. 1 is the back marker. 11 is challenging for the lead. 5 is starting to look a little tired. And now 11 leads the pack. Number 11 retains his lead, but 2 is making ground on him. First, number 11. Number 2 is second. Number 9 is third.
$11 to 9 the order, 8 to 1, 25 to 1, and 6 to 1 your SPs. So the first 3 home in Sandy Lanes is 5:06. Back to 1 because Newcastle's 5:08 is coming up. This is an A5 contest over 480 metres. Post picks are 6, 2, and 4. Extra place race this one, paying 3 rather than the 2 at a fifth of the odds. Your market leaders in 6. Swift Becker is 7 to 4. 11 to 4 for Woe Collett. It's 9 to 2 for Onwick Gem. 4 to 1 though for Ekatike. 6 to 1 Bramble Cat, and Ross Temple Snow is 7 to 1. Moving them forwards then. The last couple going in. We look set for a start at Newcastle. A5 company this one, race 9 on the Greyhound front. 6 running total. Final chance of bets. They're in motion. Set for a start here then at Newcastle for the 5:08. Hare coming past. They are away and racing. Good start from 4, Alnwick Gem, so too to the outside, Swift Becker. They're the first 2 to show, with Ekatike racing next in 3rd. It's 4 from 5 and then 6, 1, 2 and 3 as they move down the back. 4 from 5. Ekitike is getting closer in between them. 6 to the outside. Swiftbecker still there with every chance. This leading trio going away from the field. It's 6 from 5 and 4. Then comes 1, 2 and 3. 6 goes wide. 5's given another opportunity down the centre. 6 from 5. 1's getting into it. So too 4 and 2. Swift's doing enough now this near side. And 6 goes on to score. 6 the winner at Newcastle in the 5:08. Last one moving in at Tampa Bay for the 5:05. They're moving forwards for this one. Let's pick them up.
On. Lady Hills reaches out for the early lead to Tiger Lily. Going to try to go with her. Those two engage in battle from the early going. And Bayou Melody wants to join the party on the outside. And Bayou Melody might be quickest of them all. Goes up to grab the lead from Lady and Hills to Tiger Lily's now back third. It's a length and a half more. Back to Heavenly Dancer, Red Eleanor. They're together fourth and fifth. And Queen of Chill is the early trailers. Bayou Melody and Sunny Leone work over from that outside draw down to the fence. They're a length and a half in front of the team of Lady and Heels and to Tiger Lily to the inside. 22.20 seconds, the opening quarter mile. Bayou Melody by the 5/16 pole length in front of Lady and Heels to Tiger Lily's back third. 2.5 more to Red Eleanor. Then comes Heavenly Dancer. Queen of Chill is last, but starting to rally up on the outside. They come to the top of the lane. Bayou Melody, Lady and Heels up on the outside to Tiger Lily. Still not without a chance is down toward the fence as Lady and Heels comes up after the lead to Tiger Lily. Here's Red Eleanor looking for a split between horses. 16th pole now. Lady and Heels just in front. Between horses, Red Eleanor to Tiger Lily to the inside. Lady and Heels trying to fend them off. They drive to the wire. Here it is. Photo finish. It's a photo between, I believe, Lady Hills to Tiger Lily. Red Eleanor was right there, but I thought she was maybe at half a head back in third. It's a three-way photo for the win.
Very close over at Tampa Bay in their 5:05. That was race 2. We'll await confirmation. Here's Southall, 5:13, where race 7 is on the way. Little Miss India is 5-2, Solar Pass is 11-4. Hackney Diamonds 100-30 from Lily Lux at 4-1. Late Claim 11-1, 12-1 Green Sky Lady Justice 33s. Number 5 Velvet Red doesn't go, so we're down to a field of 7 for this mile-and-a-half fillies handicap. And let's go back to James and the team on Racing Radio.
Step up in grey, but she's in Philly's company, so I think that's probably key. Can she get back-to-back wins?
She can. Like you said, Ashley Lewis claiming that £5 is he's like gold dust, isn't he? He's going to be one of the apprentices to have on side. Just got the better of Donato last time. Little Miss India and has gone at £4 for that. But I think this race is a lot deeper than the one she won at Wolves last time. Hackney Diamonds has been in great form throughout the season and back to a mark of 60. The handicapper might have just given him a chance there. Ryan Kavanagh gets on well with him taking the £5 off. I thought Solar Pass was interesting. First start as a 4-year-old. Has been off for 182 days. You can forgive his last run at Chester on heavy ground. Back to this sort of trip could still be plenty of improvement in him, and he looks an absolute picture down at the start. Lily Lux is just slipping to a mark now for Marcus 69. I didn't think that run at Kempton last time was bad at all. Could just be let alone on the front end here. Did run well here over course and distance 3 starts ago, off a pound higher. But yeah, I thought it was a really tricky race, to be honest, James. I'd probably just side with Solar Pass for the Andrew Boulding team, one of the more progressive types in here. And yeah, we don't know too much about Solar Pass compared to some of the others, and there could be a bit more improvement to come.
A Phoenix Reach filly, not too many of those around. Obviously, a superstar for Andrew Boulding. Martin Dwyer used to ride him a fair bit. And Solar Pass, she's part of the Kingsclear Racing Club. So they've kept her for another year. First run of the 2026 season. And Solar Pass is 4-1. 5-2 favourite Little Miss India. Hackney Diamond 3-1. 7-2 is Lily Lux. Solar Pass at 4s. 10's a Late Claim. Keep an eye on Finley Bassett. It's his second ride in public. And he was second on this mare on his first ride. So that was a good effort for young Finley. He's doing 8 stone today. Green Sky 16-1 for Gina Mangan and Dave Pipe. And Lady Justice at 33-1 is the outsider of the lot. The most race of the day at Southall. Newcastle takes us all the way through to 8:30 this evening. A bit sweaty. There's Little Miss India down at the start. She's the last one to go forward. Let's go and get the call from Southall.
They're off. Jumping away a mile and a half. The Daily Profits boosts at betmgm.co.uk fillies handicap. Little Miss India anchored from the stalls, going right to the back of the order. Good start's been made here by Lily Lux deeper and Green Sky inner. They are the first pair as they work up past the stands on the opening occasion. Lake Clay follows the speed, is running in third place with another half length to Solar Pass in the black and gold. Then a length and a bit to Lady Justice, white-faced runner, the green jacket, further couple ahead of best turned out winner Hackney Diamonds. And the back marker, Little Miss India, is happy to take time at the back of the field for Ashley Lewis, would be about 8 lengths off the front pair. Green Sky, Gina Mangan, cheek pieces on, up on the inside of Lily Lux and Jack Mitchell as they work over to the back straight. Finley Bassett, Late Claim, behind those running in third place. Solar Pass and Jason Watson next in fourth. Length or so to Lady Justice, spotted colours of green and pink. Grace McEntee is in partnership now with Little Miss India, who's just nipping through on the inside, passing a couple of runners now and relegated Hackney Diamonds, Ryan Kavanagh, to be the back marker. Onwards to the final 5 furlongs, little more than still to go, and in front, Green Sky is joined all the time by Lily Lux. There's not much between them at the head of the field here. Lake Clay remains in third. Solar Pass in fourth. Little Miss India on the inside. The Wolverhampton winner is in partnership with Lady Justice, who's now coming under pressure. And the consistent Hackney Diamonds is still at the back of the 7-runner field as they now work on the turn. Half-mile markers in sights. The Daily Profit boosts at betmgm.co.uk fillies handicap, and on the inside still Green Sky, by virtue of the inner, has a narrow call. It's only a neck from Lily Lux, remaining poised. Behind them is Lake Clay. Solar Pass is penning that one in. Little Miss India is now into 5th place, is coming to try and join for 4th as they complete the corner and flatten on towards the judge. And Little Lux has now taken over and starts to try and kick on the right. Under pressure, Green Skies. Solar Pass, Little Miss India, both under pressure as they work inside the final furlong and a half. And Lily Lux from the sharp end is responding well. A furlong to go. Solar Pass is trying to stick with, is chipping away now. Solar Pass is coming right up sides. Lily Lux has been joined by Solar Pass, who's wearing away and getting there. Solar Pass, hard work, edged on to win it though. Solar Pass has denied Lily Lux. Back in third was Hackney Diamonds, who came from a long way back, and fourth, Little Miss India.
Solar Pass, the winner at Southall in their 5:13. Got there just in time. Lily Lux was second. $4-1, the price of the winner there at Southall. 4-1, Andrew Boulding and Jason Watson. Meanwhile, at Toaster, the 5:18 is getting closer on 2. 13-8-5 is Make It Jackson in 3. It's 2-1 then Flitwick Girl in 4. 7-2 Antigua Bubble in 5. 11-2 for Mustang Beyonce in 1. 2 legs 4 is 7-1 in 6, and it's 8-1 Melbury Rocket in 2. There is the scene at Toaster for this 270-metre D2 contest. A reminder, final chance of bets over in the Premier League 5:30 fixture getting underway in less than 15 minutes' time now. There's your team news for Everton versus Chelsea. As the next couple go in here at Toaster, we are less than a minute away, ready to get going. We'll be heading back to Navan very shortly for the 5:22. That's a flat race to close the card, where Glenn's Anthem is 9-4 from Bunker Buster at 11-4, Super Junior 3-1, Flying Ace 7-1 and 15-2 Bar. Newcastle's 5:30 will follow. Star Glow is 6-5 from Rawith at 5-4. Showcasing Star is 4-1, and it is 22-1 Bar. The 8 runners going forwards at Newcastle. Also going behind at Gulfstream, they're 5:20 stateside. Plenty of stateside action to bring you for the course of the evening. Of course, joining Newcastle, which takes us all the way through to 8:30 later on tonight, so plenty to look forward to as we look set for a start here at Toaster, where they're sprinting for D2 honours. Hair in Motion, favourites in 3. Make It Jackson is 7-4 from Flitwick Girl 15-8 and 7-2 Bar. They're off. Even break. 3 got away best. Make It Jackson favourite out well. So too Melbury Rocket to the inside. Then comes 6, 2 legs 4, and finally Mustang Beyonce with 5 and 4. But it's 2 and 3 up top. 2 and 3 having having a private battle away from 1 and 5. 3's getting up close home, and Make It Jackson does enough. Make It Jackson the winner at Toaster. Newcastle following shortly, 5:24 on the way. Race 10 is a 5-runner contest where 480 metres will await. But in the meantime, we've got Navan's 5:22 to look forward to, where 9-4 Fav is Glenn's Anthem. Bunker Buster 11-4, Super Junior 3-1, and 7-1 Bar. 9 runners in total for the 7th and final race at Navan. So we'll go back to the team on William Hill Racing Radio to see what they think.
I'm sure he cost a fair bit of money. He won that back in December by 5 lengths. And if you win a point-to-point at Dromahan, you normally need to get the checkbook out and pay an awful lot of money for them. But there are others in here as well. You look at the Noel Mead horse in the famous colours of old Doran's Pride, who won the Stairs Hurdle way back in the 90s, I think. But he was a bit of a hero, wasn't he? And Noel Mead as well had the winner of the champion bumper. This last Apache, Finn Egtamia, right? I've never heard of him, but hopefully we'll hear a lot more of him if he gets last.
My website's working again now. I've got 2 from 29 for the jockey. But he's only had 5 rides since his last winner, which was 253 days ago. But again, not one that I've heard much of. You were quite right. Glenn's Melody, the dam of Glenn's Anthem. She was your winner of the Mayor's Hurdle, and Annie Power did come down back in 2015 now, so 11 years ago. Annie Power fell at the last in the Mayor's Hurdle. Saved.
Just another one to mention here, James, is Friars Park. He's by Berkshire now. His stats aren't too bad, Berkshire. He does get some nice horses. They bought this lad for €18,000 as a store 2 years ago. He's a half brother to the Doyen Chief. So he's pretty well bred, and he's 14-1. I don't know. This could be a real good bumper to look back on. Like you said, the money for Bunker Buster's interesting, but I'll probably take a bit of an each-way swing at Friars Park. If Nigel Slevin can produce a nice horse, and half brother to the Doyen Chief. If there is any bits of money around for him, that can only be a bonus.
Friars Park 10-1 is the selection then for Tom Humphreys, and very much looking forward to the outlook of this bumper. As you mentioned, could be quite a nice race. Looking at pedigrees, a lot of money for the Charles Burns Bunker Buster. He's 2-1 favourite on this debut. Glenn's Anthem out of Glenn's Melody is quite weak, 5-2. 9-2 Super Junior, who won an Irish point-to-point, so at least has experience. And as you mentioned, Tommy Cooper has had a bit of misfortune with his horses, but won both bumpers at Cheltenham's Paddy Power meeting. That was back in November. Last Apache, 8-1 for Noel Mead. Flying Ace 9. Gordon Elliott and Harry Swan team up with him. Quite cheap purchasing a point-to-points for only £35,000. Friars Park 10-1. That's Tom's choice. 12-1 Colossal Impact. Hazara 40s, and 200-1 is Telegan Jet, who's hooded for the debut. They are about to come into line. 5:30 Newcastle is next after that. Starglow 11-10, unlucky on debut. Billy Luck down on board this time around. Worry 5-4, 5-1 showcasing Star. Holton Wood 25s, 40s Thunder Rush. Balmoral Bay 80-1, 125-1 the Bitters, and the Floors Monkey is 150-1. First start for Gary Rutherford. We are at post time at Navan. No hurdles on this occasion, so we should be having a pretty prompt start. We did have a few doled out early on in the day at Navan, but hopefully that won't be the case going forward, as obviously won't be for this bumper. They are coming into line, off and racing for the Navan finale.
9 first-timers over 2 miles. The racing next on March 30th Pro-Am bumper. Colossal Impact is the early leader from Super Junior, and between them is Bunker Buster. Out on the left is Glenn's Anthem, followed by, moving up, Tully Egan Jet, and then last Apache. Continuing on up the straight, inside, Last Apache, Harzara, with the final couple, Friars Park and Flying Ace. Colossal Impact is the leader by a little more than a length. Bunker Buster, the grey, just second from Super Junior. Going between them is Harzara, followed up to the bend, Tullyhagan Jet and Last Apache, Friars Park, Glenzanthem, shuffle back towards rear division. There's one behind Flying Ace, heading away from the stands. It's Colossal Impact. Fidel Melvin in front, from Bunker Buster and Anthony Buston second, and Super Junior, Barry O'Neill on the outside of Harzara and Peter Smithers as they enter the final mile and a quarter. Tullyhagan Jet next on the inside, followed down into the back straight by Friars Park, then Last Apache, Glenzanthem and Flying Ace. They race down the far side towards the final 9 furlongs, and it's Colossal Impact by just about a length to Bunker Buster, 2 lengths to Super Junior edging third, then Tullyhagan Jet. In between those two is Harzara, then Friars Park, then Xanthem, and then Last Apache. And Flying Ace has always been towards the rear. Reaching the halfway stage, the racing next on March 30th Pro-Am Bumper. Colossal Impact in front from the outset. Closely followed by Bunker Buster, then Super Junior. Little is changed up front. And then Harzara, Tullyhagan Jet and Glenzanthem. And they're followed to the end of the back straight by Last Apache, Friars Park and Flying Ace. On to the 6th, Colossal Impact. Bunker Buster fairly close in second, and then Super Junior. These 3 covered by 2.5 lengths. Into 4th is Glenzanthem, and then Friars Park. Flying Ace, reminders for Harzara, and then Last Apache. And fading fast is Tullyhagan Jet. Colossal Impact, joined by Bunker Buster, right with them in third. Super Junior, then Glenzanthem and Friars Park. This quintet covered by just over 3 lengths, followed by Flying Ace, who's starting to take closer order. Passing their point of departure, 3.5 furlongs to go. Colossal Impact and Bunker Buster round the bend, matching strides, followed by Super Junior and Glenzanthem. Friars Park and Flying Ace heading up to the top of the track. 3 furlongs to run. And it is Bunker Buster coming there on the outside of Colossal Impact, who's got a few reminders. After them in third is Glenzanthem. Flying Ace stays on into 4th, and Super Junior and Friars Park. On to the 2. Bunker Buster tracked through by Glenzanthem, then Colossal Impact and Flying Ace as this quartet move away from Friars Park, who's followed then by Super Junior. Glenzanthem draws alongside Bunker Buster. Gone on from Colossal Impact, followed then in 4th by Flying Ace, and given the offers by Patrick Mullins is 6th, Glenzanthem. And away she goes from in second place Bunker Buster, and then Colossal Impact, but it is Glenzanthem knocking it out of the park in the last. Bunker Buster second, third will go to Colossal Impact.
Glenzanthem, the winner in the last at Navan, the 5:22, 9-4. Willie Mullins and Patrick Mullins. Plenty of action coming up thick and fast. We've got Leon's 5:27, followed by Fairgrounds 5:30 and Tampa's 5:36. And here on 1, we've got Newcastle's 5:30. A 1 mile novice, race 2 on the way from Newcastle, and Star Glow is 11-10. Warith is 5-4, Showcasing Star is 9-2. Halton Wood 25-1 from Thunder Rush at 40s, and 100-1 Balmoral Boy, 150-1 for the Bitters, and the Floors Monkey is 200-1. All 8 taking part in this 5:30, and we're going to go back to the team on Racing Radio.
His national hunt size out there, and he's had some good results. I think he had a Cheltenham Festival winner last week as well, Kingston Hill. So, but yeah, back to the winner. She's done that really nicely, and she's got a long way to go to follow in her mother's footsteps. But she started off on the right note, that's for sure.
Yes, can do no more than win with ease on debut at Navan. Wins the finale. There's Glenzanthem out of the wonderful race mare Glenn's Melody, runs in the same colours as her. Right, bit of a match-up according to the market at Newcastle. Star Glow was backed as if defeat was out of the question on debut at Wolverhampton. Unfortunately, it all went wrong. Too green, too early, got stuck behind. Holidor had a masterclass on your winner, Miss Lady Grace, but it's still a promising start. Even money this time around. Holidor was actually on the main market rival, a newcomer from Archie Watson's. This is Warith, who was expensive, £510,000. So this is a big horse for Archie Watson. Sheikh Akron Al Maktoum, who has supported Archie in recent seasons, and fascinating to see how this horse gets on. He's strong in the market, and yeah, you'd imagine this to be one of Archie's leading contenders in this contest. Very strong in the market. Showcasing Star, who was second on debut, but only 3 were in the race. That was behind Zambezi River, 11-2, and then it's whatever price you want for the remainder. Tom Humphries is going to do this Newcastle race while Alistair's on his break. And Starglow, I thought the debut was okay. His greenness got him beat, but it wasn't a great race.
No, it wasn't. You might look at that and think, oh, they've sent him off 2-9 on debut. But like you say, it wasn't the best race. Billy Lochnan taking over is a big plus here, and stepping up a furlong I think will help too. Like you said, was very green, so we'll probably have learnt an awful lot for that. But I don't think if you do have a strong opinion on him, you've got to be scared of Warith, who, like you said, cost $500,000. Big, big horses for Archie Watson. A See the Stars out of a motivated mare, so you would have thought would want further in time, but has been pretty strong in the market. Showcasing Star needs to step up a little bit on his debut. I'll take Star Glow here, but I'd be worried about that newcomer, that's for sure.
Yes, fascinating little race coming up at Newcastle. It's hard to have a strong opinion betting-wise because Starglow sets an okay standard. Warith, it is the first start, but it's interesting he is so strong in the market for Holidor and Archie Watson. Newcastle, a nice place for a newcomer to start on. He'll have a straight line. Those tight bends, that's what caught out Starglow at Wolverhampton last time out. Even if he's so distracted second start, he can find his rhythm in this race, although there may not be much pace on at all. Probably Showcasing Star will go on for Jason Hart and Charlie Johnson, because he has got the benefit of a run, and he made the running in that free-runner race at Wolverhampton behind Zambezi River, who was trained by the Crisfords. Runners then about to load. I can just see number 7, Warith, the Son of See the Stars, out of a motivator mare. £500,000 this one cost. Oh, he's not the easiest to judge with Holly, because she is one of our smaller jockeys, but he looks like a substantial source. I wasn't sure that Starglow had much scope to him, so I think Holly's probably on the bigger, stronger horse, but it is his debut today. Warith, proving a little bit tricky is Thunder Rush, a Mahathir newcomer for Tony Coyle and Kane Wood. They had a winner the other day with Fickle McSelfish. That won nicely at Newcastle 2 days ago. This newcomer just proving a little bit tricky to load. A race where there really isn't much solid form on offer. Both the seconds came in moderate races that were slowly run. Showcasing Star for Charlie Johnson, and obviously our favourite Starglow for Charlie Appleby. SPs from Ireland. Glenn's out from 9-4 winner in the end for Paddy Mullins and Willie Mullins. Bunker Buster, second, well back 13-8 favourite for Charles Burns. That ran well until stopping quite quickly in the final furlong. Cluster Impact was third at 12-1. They're still struggling to get this Son of Mahathir Thunder Rush in the gates. Hopefully this time is a charm. He's just a little bit wary on this first start of what's happening. I think everybody else is installed, so not going to give him much longer. He's gone forward. Let's go and get the call with Stephen Powell.
Ready? They're off. Race straight mile this time for the Always Gamble Responsibly at BetMGM Novice Stakes, and the favourite Starglow was a bit slowly into stride there, and he's having to be ridden along through the first furlong by Billy Lochnan. One that did break well, the blue and white colours of Showcasing Star, yellow jacket Warith fairly handy, and towards the right with the nose band is Holton Wood. They're the first 3. Black colours just in behind them is the Floors Monkey, followed through by Balmoral Boy. And at the back of the field, Starglow's being eased off. Starglow being pulled up at the rear of the field and is out of the race as they race on down towards halfway. Showcasing Star then striding out under the stands rail by a length and a half to Warreath. Then Holton Wood racing in third. Floors Monkey is in fourth place next to Balmoral Boy with the orange sleeves. Next in the field is the Bitters, who's just being squeezed along in the maroon and yellow and racing at the back of the pack with Thunder Rush as they are now racing on to the final 3 furlongs, and up front Showcasing Star just moving up through the gears at the head of affairs. Warreath in second place is now being asked to go and get to this leader. Holton Woods in third, and they are clear of Balmoral Boy, and then further back the Floors Monkey, but Warreath just moving across Showcasing Star as he goes into the lead and begins to move away. It is Warreath. Showcasing Star back in third place is Holton Wood, but a furlong to go, and Warreath is bounding clear. This is a sparkling debut from the very expensive purchase Warreath in the colours of Sheikh Ahmed Al Maktoum for Archie Watson and Holly Doyle. That was very good. Beat Showcasing Star, Balmoral Boy third, and back in fourth was Holton Wood.
It was indeed. What have we seen there at Newcastle? Warreath at 5-4 for Archie Watson and Holly Doyle have absolutely bolted up first time and have done that in nice style in the 5:30 at Newcastle. Pulled right away. And better things to come, you would hope, from Warreath. This is Leon, the 5:27 is on the way. Delayed 5:27. Demino is 2-1 from Vincept at 130. Dr. Turnasel is 13-2 from Exit at 8-1. Shusbel at 8-1. Lucero at 17-2. Timberlina is 12-1 from Jada at 12. Vizilini is 16-1, and it is 20-1 bar. We'll have action coming up from Tampa Bay, in addition to Aqueduct and a return to Southall for the 5:43. Also on the Greyhound front, Toaster is coming up, and that'll be succeeded by Newcastle and Oxford very shortly. They're moving in over on 2. But they're moving in here on the main channel at Leon, so we'll turn our attention there, where Diamino is 2-1 from Vincent at 130, Dr. Turnasel at 13-2, and 8-1 bar. It looks like we're waiting on the final 5 or 6, including the Wathnan colours, which is the next one to move forwards and goes in without any trouble. Zamino. Final few to go. We'll pick them up in Leon.
Gariliano, there is Exit. Very easy to spot Exit. Everything white and green, including the bandages. 2 to go. Gariliano and Lucero. .7 Damino is the one that's come for the support. Lucero, so just Gariliano now. It's a very long load of these 16 handicappers. And they are set. And they're off in this Prix de Bonne Terre over 2,400 metres, 16 of them. Chestnut with a big white blaze. Domino is just about the first to show. Agaray is up there as well, with on the inside Chasubla, rider looking across. From the outside, Vizindi sits prominent. Gariliano, the dark green, stars on the jacket. Very wide on the track is Revelite. Agaroy follows the leaders around the inside, and around about 7th or 8th position is Exit. Green and white hoops, silks and the headgear as well, with Lucero next, and then Brave Sheena in white and pink ahead of Lucero. And then away on the inside, next in the field, is Vincsept. And Vincsept, after that one on the outside in the pink, is Dr. Tournesol. A little break then to Rio Grande. Rio Grande races on the outside of Skadoosh, and the back 3 are Jagda. Pioli is on fire, and Timberlina is last of all. So Domino trying to dictate from here with a circuit left to go, and heading towards the far side it is Damino that leads. They've completed around about 1,100 metres. And Damino is in front of, in second position, Vizindi. And in third place at the moment, Revelite. On the inside is Chasuble. Garigliano is in fifth. Then Exit, Brave Sheena. In between those two is Agaray. Then on the inside is Vinct Sepp, trying to make ground out wide is Rio Grande, chased along to do so on the outer of Dr. Tornasol. Jagda is following those through, still towards the rear. Timberlina, that's on the outside of Skadoosh at the back with Lucero in rear, and Piolini is on fire just about the back marker, but Domino is in command here on the turn. Running back towards home, Domino is in front of Vizindi in second. In third is Chasubla. Garigliano is next. Revelite chased along to the outside. Exit is looking for a gap, but Domino has got a very handy looking break on them here. Domino has cut out most of the running, is in front by about 4. Two in second place, Vizindi. Down the outside is Garigliano. They're going to have to go some to catch Domino here. Domino with a healthy lead, getting a little bit closer. Garigliano in second place. These are on from Vincent running into third, but Domino has taken the prize. Domino the winner. Garigliano was closing in second. They were clear of Vincent and Dr. Tornasol.
Domino, the winner there at Lyon, as we go straight to Tampa in the 5:36.
Side a three-wide trip here for DeBoom back in sixth. So like that more to Eldest Son, ready to fly. They work over from 7th and 8th. The early trailers dial him up. They come into the stretch for the first time, still over a lap to go. On the outside, Ironsides up to poke ahead in front of Extra Sexy Big Daddy to the inside. They're 3.5 or 4 clear now of Joe from Kiev, who's back in third. Stitzy's fourth, post command between horses, and outside of that, DeBoom. It's another length and a half back to Ready to Fly, and Eldest Son, and still a big gap back to Dial 'em Up. 24 seconds for the opening quarter mile. The opening half, 47.51. This is pretty honest pace out there for 11 furlongs, as Ironsides leads them with 6 furlongs left to go. So they put 5 furlongs behind them. Ironsides in front by 2.5, 3 now. Extra Sexy Big Daddy lopes along in the second spot. 3 more back to Joe from Kiev. Then comes Post Command fourth. Length and a half more. Ready to Fly has made a little bit of inroads here. It joins DeBoom. It's a length more back to Stitzy, who's back a couple of spots. Ready to Fly and still Dial 'em Up trails. They have just over a half mile left to go in the Tampa Turf Test. Colton Gelding's edition. 112.92 was three-quarter time. As up front, Ironsides tries to relax a little bit here as they run to the far turn. The lead's 2 to Extra Sexy Big Daddy. In behind that, Joe from Kiev. Post Command slips through down at the inside. Another length and a half back to Ready to Fly to Boom. Eldest Son's given the cue from back in 7th. 3 more to Stitzy and Dial 'em Up. Around the far turn, past the 5/16 pole. Ironsides is still there. Extra Sexy Big Daddy has to come after this long-time leader, Jose Ferrer, and Ironsides to the top of the lane, 2.5 in front of Extra Sexy Big Daddy. After that, Post Command, DeBoom is wide with Joe from Kiev. Ready to Fly, cuts the corner nicely, moves up to the inside. Final furlong now, Ironsides, here's Ready to Fly. Eldest Son is also launching, going to need a seam between runners. 16th pole, here's Ready to Fly. Post Command down the outside, Ironsides between them. Also right there is Eldest Son, Ready to Fly in front, Ready to Fly. I think held on. It's very close with Post Command, but Eldest Son had to tap on the brakes there as things got tight. Then came Ironsides in fourth. Photo finish for the win.
Got very close, that did, over at Tampa Bay in the 5:36. We'll wait confirmation. Last one moving in on 2 at Aqueduct for the 5:38, although they've just backed away at number 4. We'll wait to see whether taking part is the 4 first pitch. It's 9-4, Co-Fabs, Mad Banker, and Casoil Changer there. Numbers 2 and 5 and 4-1 bar. We're maintaining focus, though, here at Southwell on 1, where the 5:43 is coming up. A 7 furlong handicap where C-Sweet is 4-1 fab. 12 runners in total. It's an open betting heat. 9-2 Ash Wednesday, 9-2 Grabber Jabber, and 6-1 bar. Let's go to the team on Racing Radio.
Decent chances too, are in good form. Blazing Sun is probably the main one that is the most consistent here. Good effort just over 2 weeks ago off this mark. Tom Carley Marshall taking the £5 off. He's always there or thereabouts, isn't he? The one at a bit of a price, though, Scott Dixon's one I'm going to go with here, James. King of York. Ran over a mile at Southwell last time. Back to this sort of trip, I think. Think it should suit. An offer mark of 69, although he has been winning off shorter. He's, I think back to this trip could be a big plus for him.
Okay. Interesting option there. That's King of York off 69. Rated, what's he betting wise? He's quite strong in the market. now 10 to 1. Abridi is 12. 16 is Chesley's Charm. Thurso 28 to 1. 100 Stony Well. There is C-Sweet going forward into the gates. Kieran Fallon looking for a big season. Lots of winners last year. Just lacked a star. Obviously, he's number 2 to Tom Marquand. And William Haggis often sends him to the second meeting. Loading up pretty sharpish now for the finale at Southall. It's been a pretty busy Saturday. Newcastle will take us all the way through till 8:30. Number 10, that is the Irish Raider. Just messing about a little bit going forward. Too Sweet. Quite weak on the run up to the off. Too Sweet now 9 to 1. Was much shorter than that first thing. We've got 2 left out the back for this Seville finale. That is Thurso. He was 33 to 1, just about to go forward for Ashley Lewis. Keep an eye on him as regards Star Apprentice once the turf gets going next weekend. And then finally will be number 2, Blazing Sun. Let's go and get the call with Alex Fussy for the final time this afternoon.
They're off. Blazing Sun up in the air as the starter let them go. They get away over 7 furlongs. Jockey did very well. Tom Kylie Marshall made it all look rather smooth as they dash into stride. Grabber Jabber on the inner, great, also very handy, but a bit keen. Ash Wednesday tried to tuck in as well in the maroon. Down on the inside, C-Sweet, the checks, is not far from the speed. Blazing Sun follows, then King of York Blue and Pink on the inside. Too Sweet next in the field. The filly is running on the outer of Chesney's Charm. Couple of lengths away to Thurso and Al Muqdad, who's a little bit on the back foot, actually niggled at by Jason Watson at this point in time. Habrady, as is often the case, is anchored right at the back of the field. Jimmy Sullivan looking to charge them all down. Grabber Jabber, though, leads them as they work for the home straight here. Back of the pack, Stonywell's proving a little outpaced as they come to the final 3 furlongs. So Grabber Jabber from Great. C-Sweet is in 3rd, and 4th place Ash Wednesday. King of York is now niggled at in behind. Blazing Sun being asked for a bit more. Chesney's Charm follows, then Thurso, also Too Sweet. Habrady not yet gone for Al Muqdad, and Stonywell not keeping up inside the 2. Grabber Jabber and C-Sweet. Great is just in behind with Ash Wednesday. Blazing Sun and King of York next. Habrady is now starting to be smuggled into it, but Grabber Jabber and C-Sweet are locked in battle at the moment. Down on the running rail, Ash Wednesday's responding well, but it's C-Sweet who's lifted to the front by Fallon, and C-Sweet will land the money. The Owen team have their winner. C-Sweet beat Ash Wednesday. Then came Grabber Jabber and Habrady quite close on 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, there we are. That was the 5:43 race at Southall. And C-Sweet, all the S's there. It was sweet if you found that one. James Owen trains. Kieran Fallon ridden the horse today. And 9 to 2 was the SP. I think it may have gone off ultimately as one of the joint favourites. Now, Oxford, the 5:47. I've got a show of betting down the card. 6:14, 9 to 4, Vacant 9 to 2, and 10 to 11. So Central Park, we've got a 6-bend contest to look forward to. And in amongst it all, you'll see we've got a 49s draw upcoming as well. So you're never far away from a betting opportunity here at William Hill. So down the cards, 6:16, 9 to 4, Vacant 5, and 4 to 5. Now, Starter has squinted to see them there in the sunshine. Hare is on the move. Bunny's on the spin then. And they're off. So the first of the evening from Oxford is upon us, and 6 and 3 are going to show the way, followed by 1, 2, and then 5 is the back marker. Heading down the far side, and as they do so, 3 still leading the way. 3 from 6 and 1, then 2 and 5 is still at the tail of the field. Well, they're fairly well strung out this field, aren't they? And the 3 Dealish Lady taking a very much more direct route than the 6, who is staying on the favourite. Favourite comes fast late, not fast enough though. 3 weeks 6 and 1. Dealish Lady beating Can He Get You Hoya, and the 1 Salt Hill Bruno was back in third. That was the 1, 2, 3 at Oxford. C-Sweet has beaten Ash Wednesday. In the end, they did send off C-Sweet as a joint favourite. 9 to 2 joint was the winner. 18 minutes played in the game between Everton and Chelsea. No goals as yet. And there is still one Premier League encounter to have a look at. We'll do that in due course. The 8 o'clock kickoff tonight. Leeds United hosting Brentford. 49s is going to stay on 2. The draw about to be released. Central Park, they've got to go over the far side. Market makes this a match. 3 Fabulous Hecker and 2 Blue Jig Outlaw. And at the moment, the punters are siding with the white jacket over the blue. 10 to 11 now, Fabulous Hecker. 5 to 4 Blue Jig Outlaw, and you got 10 to 1 bar 2. Seconds until there'll be no more bets, please. Final call for any wagers you're wishing to place on the 49s. Time's up. No more bets, please, for 49s. 49s on 2. The runners are at the post at Central Park as the first ball about to be drawn on 2. And the market still has it down as a match on the face of it, because we've all been in the game long enough to know that there's never such a thing as a straightforward matchup. But this first division of the Stairs Trophy sees Fabulous Hika for trainer Patrick Janssens, who's got big hopes later on in the evening, taking on Blue Jig Outlaw for Maxine Locke. Maxine, of course, attached at the moment to Romford, but is moving her whole operation to Central Park. We'll fill it for Central Park to get her services for sure. First 3 balls are out in the 49s. Remaining trio to come out, and of course a booster. 1936 and 43 are already out, and number 3 has come out. That's the 4th drawn ball today. Hares running at Central, and are racing. So 6 bends. And look at that, 2 and 3 have gone each other's way, would you believe? So the big 2 in the market, I told you, there's never such a thing as a match in this sort of racing, and 2 and 3 are right at the rear of the field. So the 1 Millbank Rocco at 22 to 1 goes round with a 5 front polo, and still at the back of the field are the big 2 in the market, the 2 Blue Jig Outlaw and the 3 Fabulous Hicker. They are preceded by Reality Power and 1 More Tune. Now, the 2 dog is on the move, Blue Jig Outlaw, and certainly I think you're in better position than you are if you're on the 3. As 1 and 5, the pace rather collapses. 2 can't get a run, and 6 has swooped round on the outside. 2 tries to get a run and once again gets blocked. It's 6 who wins, beats 2, and a photograph between 4 and 1. Well, Reality Power has gone and scored at Central Park, and well, 2 and 3, they got involved with each other earlier on, and they've ultimately been the own architects of their downfalls. 3, 2 and 35 were the last trio of numbers to be drawn in regulation for the 49s. And as you saw there on the screens, there are 4 49s draws tomorrow. The next of those draws will be the recently added brunch draw, and that is here at 11:49 tomorrow. And confirmation, the booster ball there was 38, so booster orange 38. 5:55 toaster upcoming. 6-2-4 at Central Park. 11 to 1 the winner, and 11 to 8 the second. Oddly enough, the Racing Post did have the forecast, but just the wrong way round. If you managed to put it that way round, you got 47.94 for your £1 stake, which was certainly nothing to be sniffed at for sure. Gulfstream runners are now down at the start, but they are taking their time, just like they did yesterday. 5:51, a mile is the trip for this. Newcastle's next is scheduled for 6 o'clock. 4 to 9, that's good. Regency Bias trades at 15 to 8, and you can have then 28 to 1 bar the front pair. As I was mentioning, the runners at Gulfstream are arriving down at the post. This is already their 3rd race of the session. It's a pretty low-grade claimer, just a 14 grand claimer, so not particularly great one by the track standards, but something has to win it. And at the moment, the market suggests it could be Touch Revenge, who was a winner 62 days ago. That was in a claimer here at Gulfstream of a similar value, although the horse has moved to a new stable since then, and that was a claimer that was on Sloppy rather than today's surface. So the booking of Irad Ortiz Jr. might just have been a clue that they fancied Touch Revenge, but that rider's not on board today. Runners are going forward. Touch Revenge 11-8, Brother Brad 9-4, Blue Slide Park at 7-2, and you've got 9-1 bar the front trio. They are loading up pretty quickly, thankfully. Final call, please, for any bets in Gulfstream's third of the day. Last one's gone forward.
Ready now for race 3. And the middle pick 5. They're off. Brother Brad was away well from his inside draw. From the far outside, it's Touch Revenge away okay. In between horses, Broderick won't be far away, nor will Blue Slide Park as they scrimmage for the early lead. Out the center, Touch Revenge challenges Brother Brad for the advantage and splitting them as Blue Slide Park. Bold and Breezy's on the far outside in front of Broderick, who's off the speed today. The trailer is Never Say Never. Past the opening quarter, the leader is Touch Revenge, and Jorge Ruiz through a 24-2 opening quarter stanza leads by almost a length. Trying to hold the rail spot is Brother Brad, moving between horses and Blue Slide Park. Broderick spies a gap between horses, and he's going to make it a party. Mid-race move put on by Wesley Henry. Broderick surging forward. Back to the outside, that's Never Say Never, and from between horses, Bold and Breezy, they shuffle the deck and pass the half-mile marker. Up on the outside, it's Touch Revenge on a 3-wide rebid after Brother Brad and Broderick moved ahead of him. Back to fourth and Blue Slide Park, then Never Say Never and Bold and Breezy. They round the far turn. 47-2 for the opening half mile. Of the top flight runners, Brother Brad doing the best work. He leads by a neck. Touch Revenge launching his bid on the outside at the rail. Blue Slide Park finds his best stride. He needs to continue on with it here. Needs a little racing room, Blue Slide Park. 3/4, 112-1, and the leader is Brother Brad off the turn by 2.5. From the inside, Blue Slide Park tries to catch Touch Revenge for second, but nobody's catching Brother Brad. Brother Brad is on his way under Jose Morelos, a clear and convincing third race winner. Touch Revenge is game. He battles hard for second ahead of Blue Slide Park third, Broderick fourth in the third.
All the B's there. Brother Brad has won the second favourite, and there's been a very comprehensive winner of the third race this evening at Gulfstream. We were rather hoping Laurel Park would have got a move on, but you can see they are now arriving down at the start. We have got the 5:57 at the moment. The runners are on 2 for that. Newcastle, the runners are heading down to post. That's good. 4-9, 15-8 Regency Bias. The pair have not moved in the market, have they? 28-1 Finally Escaped, 28-1 Porter's Song, and it's 80-1 Bar. So 6 runners due to face a starter. Laurel Park is going to stay on 2. Obviously, that's a mile, so that would be backing a little bit close to Newcastle. So let's get back over to our colleagues at William Hill Racing Radio, and we can get their take on how they perceive this third race of the evening to pan out.
It is race 3 of 8. We continue all the way till 8:30. We had a very impressive winner in our previous contest. That was a £510,000 purchase from Archie Watson, Warif for son of Cedar Stars, who, lovely bit of size about him, and he powered clear under Holly Doyle. Fascinating to see what he can do in the future. We might not see one as impressive over the 7 furlongs, but a winner is there to be found. It's a race for 4-year-olds and up, so it's very much late maturing horses that have potentially had issues. That's good. He looked good on debut at Chantilly when finishing second, but that was nearly 500 days ago. He was a Juddmonte runner for Andre Farb, and he only actually got picked up on the 5th of February for £28,000. George Berry picked him up, so clearly he had a few setbacks. The debut came in November of 24, so that's perfectly acceptable. Give your horse plenty of time to mature as a 2-year-old and not run again until the spring of their 3-year-old campaign. But obviously something went wrong last year, and they didn't send him to the traditional horses in training sale where he would have made a lot more money. He actually went in February, so I thought that was fascinating for That's Good. Alistair Jones, welcome back. He's 9-4 on. They have found a race for 4-year-olds and up, so it's basically all these horses have had problems to either be making their debut at this time in their careers, or they've had layoffs. We've not seen recency bias for a year, so there's no recency bias regarding his form. And Finally Escaped is the one that has run more recently, but he's been well beaten in a couple of contests. So it's hard to have a strong handle on it, but it looks like George Bowie's found a perfect race to start That's Good in.
Yeah, I mean, potentially he's got to seem to be cheap, didn't he, at 28 grand? If you look at the strength of that Shanti form, I mean, the race was won by Uther, who went on to win a Group 3. Even contested a Group 1, and back in third was Surabad, who is a listed winner and very nearly won a Group 3 last summer. So it's good form, and he's very, very strong in the market. I mean, they were like 10 to 11 the pair last night. And yet the market is shouting one horse. And as we know with George Bowie, when his horses are very well backed, they tend to deliver. So, I mean, not that recency bias is a bad horse. I mean, that second to 40 years on has worked out particularly well. But it's dangerous to ignore the level of confidence behind this That's Good, who, like I said, that form in France does really particularly well.
Yes, it does. Interesting that he didn't make a track last year. George Bowie has managed to get him to the track quite quickly, and he picked him up 6 weeks ago. Just the recency bias start at the start. Son of Vanna Gray. He was bred to be a 2-year-old, really. A couple of runs at 3, and then he had a year off. So he's had a few problems, and the others haven't shown a great deal. Pop the Question's been running pointing recently. So that sums up the outside of the lot for Joe Mason and the used to be. He's 8 years old, the daughter Casamento, so she's in for a bit of a shock. First start on the level. That's Good. A really warm favourite then for this third race. We saw a very impressive winner of our previous contest at Newcastle.
They're off. 7 furlongs, and Billy Joe Gold just jinked out to the right as the stalls open there. Good sit from Kaya Fraser, and also Finally Escape was a bit tardy as they were dispatched. That's Good. Light blue colours towards the left away well, leading up from the grey recency bias, and on the right Pop the Question, Water's Song, and then Billy Joe Gold with a white face and the noseband, and Finally Escaped under Mark Quinn at the back of the field, but he's pretty keen and pulling quite hard, it has to be said, as they race on now towards the final 4 furlongs. That's Good, who had 1 start in France at Chantilly in November of 2024, leading on British debut narrowly to recency bias. A length and a half to Pop the Question in third. Finally Escaped closing in and settling as the race is progressing towards the outside. Just in behind them is Porter's Song, and Billy Joe Gold is the back marker as they quicken on down inside the final quarter mile, and recency bias has gone to the front. That's Good under pressure but has no response at the moment. Finally Escaped is back in third, and it's recency bias and Sam James bringing them down to the final furlong, and is 3 or 4 lengths clear. That's Good in second place, and in turn is clear of Finally Escaped, but another wide margin winner. Recency bias back from a year off and ease down at the line. Beat That's Good close. The other 4 across the track for the minor money.
I mean, to be honest, it was neither here nor there, was it? What was in the minor medals? It's a convincing winner for recency bias. It'll be fascinating to see where Carl Burke goes next. Right, let's get to action, shall we, from Fairgrounds. The runners are over the far side. It was Direct Strike who was put in as favourite, but at the moment it's Regal Star that takes them along. Let's get ourselves over to the commentary, as we could do so right now.
Seconds. Strong pace on Regal Star, who just leads with the rail for Jareth Ludbury. 11 to 1 target is Regal Star, as Marauder has been right there with Regal Star. They're neck apart going past the half-mile pole. Jose Ortiz and Double Entendre coming up now, 3 wide in the clear. Direct Strike is drawing in. Tiernan running in 5th. with on the outside. Royal Seal in 6th at the 3.5. Get Them Roses and Paul's Recovery will have to pick them all up. Half mile 47.86 seconds. Here comes Double Entendre. Double Entendre making this bid as Marauder just leads for Luis Saez toward the inside. Regal Star Levitt has dropped back. Kiernanog in range. So too Direct Strike is looking for a way through. Direct Strike. 3/4 1 at 12.58 seconds. In the meantime, it is still Marauder. Marauder staring at one more furlong. Has a 3-length buffer zone over Double Entendre. Kiernanog toward the inside. Direct Strike looks to be one pace now. On the far outside, Get Them Roses is showing up at the finish, but it's Marauder near home with Luis Saez. Marauder. Marauder has scored the winning run from Kiernanog. Double Entendre was 3rd, and 4th was close between Get Them Roses with Direct Strike at the finish.
Yep, there we are. That was action from Fairgrounds for the moment. We're going to go to Oxford. We're going to be busy next couple of moments. Let's go to Oxford 6:04. The Hare is on the move. Hare running at Oxford. Race 2 on their programme. And they're off and away. So the runners make their way to the traps, from the traps to the first bend. And it's 1 who leads from 2. 5 out wide. 3 is in mid-div for the back marker. Down the far side we go, and 1 still from 2, but 2 is making good headway to join issue, and in fact now goes on. 2 goes on from 1, then 5, then 3 and 4. Home turn looming large, and trap 2 in charge. 2 beating 1, and for the record 5. For the record, I can tell Everton have taken the lead against Chelsea 1-0. This is Leon Lassois, where the next race is upcoming. Second to none is the 2-1 market leader. Majestic Hill 5, Dreaming Normandy 11-2. Vino at 6, Sicilia is 8-1, and it's then double digits and bigger the rest. Runners now at the post, Leon Lassois. So, get you the result from our previous race over at Newcastle. I have to leave rather quickly. They have called the second. 3 Regency Bias beats the 2 That's Good. So second Fav has beaten Fav. In the end, Regency Bias, they did close down to 15-8, having been slightly bigger. That's Good was a very remote second at 4-9. Everton have just had a couple of chances. But Chelsea have had 2 very solid chances, but they've not been able to convert them. "35 minutes of play. I think there are going to be more goals in that game for sure." Let's go to Lyon. The runners have arrived at the post. Tampa Bay Downs there likewise. And we can now actually go over to join them at Lyon. I think we've final few runners going forward. There's Topito yet to go forward. That's the 10. 1 or 2 of the outsiders still yet to go in. Dreaming Normandy right in the dead centre. What's that? Those Bijou Dan colours are not, but very similar to those colours. There's the grey, the 14. Success Story yet to go in. Tampa Bay Downs, they have now arrived at the post as well. Down, I think, now to the last half dozen or so. The 2 getting a little excited in the gate. Capable is going to be one of the last by the look of it. And they're loading up at Tampa. Let's get to Lyon as the runners are now just about ready to go.
And 2 more. They are Capable and Dream in Normandy. So Capable set to be the final one of the 15 to load here. Capable in 2,400 metres, and they're off in this Prix de la Douar handicap. 15 of them. Getting away quite well, Samba, green and black, with Downtown, one that was led to post, breaking to share the lead with Majestic Hill going into the turn. Samba to the outside, wider is Dream Angel coming across. The red and white striped Sicilia is close to the inside. The front five are attended to by Zabir, purple jacket on the outside, and then Vino in the pale silks, the inside of Dream in Normandy, the red sleeves, the pink cheek piece and blue noseband, the outside Capable in the grey horse Success Story. Topito on the outside of those, a plain maroon cap. Away on the inner is Regina.
Now they are racing at Tampa.
Second to none, has been second 3 times since last winning here. Chonburi is one from last, and Fate Joyeuse is last of all here. So they continue their way down the straight. Downtown and Coralie Paco with the advantage here to Dream Angel in second position. And in third place is Majestic Hill, the winner here last time up around the inside. Samba in the green and Zabir on the outer, going out on this last circuit, less than 1,200 metres to go from here. The front five followed by Sicilia on the inner, and then Capable, Vino on the inside in company with Dream in Normandy. And then well back in the field is Topito with Success Story. Chonburi still near the back with Regina Lillian second to none, and Fate Joyeuse is the back marker. But Downtown continues to lead with Dream Angel in second spot. Zabir is in third towards the outside. Samba on the inner. Majestic Hills having a nice trip round the inner at the moment. Capable in sixth place, then Sicilia and Dream in Normandy. Topito the outside of those. Vino one of several waiting for a gap. Chonburi second to none is still right at the back with Fate Joyeuse the outside of Regina Lilly. As now Dream Angel tackles Downtown, who's chased along and quickly passed. So Dream Angel has the lead. Samba is off the inside to challenge. Majestic Hill still waiting for a gap. Capable coming down the outside with Topito. Chonburi is widest of all as it's Samba Anthony Crastus with the advantage here. Majestic Hill diving for the inside. Dream in Normandy is challenging Topito on the outer, and then Dream Angel as Dream in Normandy gets to the lead close home here. Dream in Normandy the winner from Samba in second. Third will be a photo with Vino the outside and Majestic Hill.
So that was the Leon Lassoir 6:02. Meanwhile, it's the area, I believe, is about to get underway for the next race at Doncaster. That's the 6:11. That is going to be on the bottom right of your screen. As down the far side, in fact, that's now moving to 1. It's down the far side at Central Park. It's 1 and 3 who have gone on from 5 and 2. This is a 6-bend contest at Central Park, so they are still continuing on, and it's the 1 Bubbly Evie, the 1 to 4 favourite, who is making light work of rivals. 1, 3 and 5. 1, 3 and 5 then for that 6:10 at Central Park. Bubbly Evie, convincing win. It was a 5-runner event. Right, Doncaster 6:11. We're going to get quite a few closer on things here. Hare's running. 2 ends this time. Open racing at Donny. And off. Looks like we've still got the same camera operators this morning. 1 and 6 lead the way then from 2, then 3 and 4. As they head towards the second turn, it's still 1 from 2. That's it. Zoom out. 6 is out wide. Then on the inside, that's the 3 down the stretch. 1 all out from 2. 1 from 2 and 6. 1, 2 and 6. Right, we are going to go to home straight. No problem with the cameras there.
And 2's come out running. Plenty with chances as they spread across the track. 2 going well. 8 trying to close in. 3 trying to rally on as well. And as they approach the finish, an impressive performance from 8, who takes the victory. 2 in second. And 1 rallied on for third.
And that was the 6:12 race from home straight. That's gone the way of my favourite car. So scored the first goal in the game for Everton, 1-0, which in terms of league table, if it stayed as it is, puts Everton, will put them into 7th place. But we will be keeping a close eye on that, I'm sure. Those of you who are keeping a close eye on the league tables will be keen to see how Leeds United get on later on this evening. They, of course, are sat in 15th place at the moment. They're not quite in relegation trouble. They're not far away, are they, from the 18th place team? West Ham were with 29 points, Leeds with 32. So vital for Leeds that they get something out of the game if they can. They're taking on 8th place Brentford this evening. And we've got a myriad of betting opportunities for you on that, and we'll have more on that as we get a little closer to the game. This is the 6:14 on the way from Monmore Green next, their first of the evening session. On the card they have 6, 14, 4, 15 to 8 twice, and 9 to 2 trap 6. Just to remind you, we've got some high quality stuff coming your way from Central Park this evening. We'll be hearing from Danny Jackson over the course of the evening with her selections there. But say proper RS, I'm sure will be on many people's shortlist tonight for the Kent Plate. Won the race last year. Proper RS, who is male, not female. But the Racing Post seem to get quite excited about that. Hare's running at Monmore. Off and away they go. And heading towards the first turn then. 3 and 6 best away. 2 tries to get up the inside, wasn't any room there, and 1 gets to the slot where 2 and 3 really wanted to be. But 6 isn't stopping, and this is Kopic's Enzo, who is now 6 or 7 lengths clear. 4 and 1, they're disputing second, and 1 checked badly and took 3 out. And this has surely handed it on the proverbial platter to 6, who just needs to keep going here. 6 is tiring somewhat, but will beat 5, who was never near it, and 4. 6, 5, 4 for the opener at Monmore. Underway at Canterbury Hills, that's on 2. Good luck if you're getting involved there. This is Aqueduct over on 1. And that is the favourite, Emirates Road. 4 to 7. But there is significant interest in the second favourite. That is Waitlist, who's gone from 9 to 2 down to 7 to 2. 15 to 2 Magical Ways. Good Lord trades at 8s. Bourbon Chase is 16. And Rolling in Dough is 20 to 1. All quoted then at Aqueduct. Lots of American racing this evening. There's a 6:22 priced up at Gulfstream. They were a little bit late off with their previous race. Let's hope it doesn't get near the next UK racing, which will be at Newcastle this evening, and that is at 6:30. Vortex took the Canterbury Hills 6:15, did so as a 14 to 1 outsider. Now we will have back-to-back ground races upcoming shortly. Dunstall Park, they commence their card at 6:20, and there'll also be an Oxford 6:21 in the offing as well. So to draw your attention to that, they're on different picture providers, so there is half a chance that we may get a clash. At the post Aqueduct. Now there's a withdrawn horse at Aqueduct, number 3, Magical Ways, has been taken out. That means we're down to 5 runners. So Magical Ways has been scratched at Aqueduct. Half time in the football. Everton lead Chelsea by 1-0. Beto the scorer. And Everton probably have Jordan Pickford to thank. He kept not quite copper bottom chances out, but they were very, very good chances for Chelsea, and he positioned himself in the right place at the right time. As they've arrived down at the start of Aqueduct, that's the 6:18, or 6:16 rather, which is likely to go off in the ballpark of 6:18. This is another claiming race at Aqueduct. Slightly higher value than the one we had for our previous race. 32 grand this claimer, and Emirates Road, a very well supported favourite. The 7-year-old gelding, who's been running in significantly better grade. He's been going in for optional claimers of 50 grand and above. So this is quite a significant drop in class. This horse did actually win an allowance contest here last year, so that form line was pretty much shining above anything else here that's on view. But of course you are taking a chance that it's a 7-year-old that's up for claiming. 4-9 Emirates Road remains the faff. As the runners is going forward in the absence of Magical Ways, let's go and join them.
Sharp beginning towards the inside, Good Lord, and Rollin' in Dough. They're the top two, and Rollin' in Dough now puts a neck in front. Taking back off the pace is going to be Good Lord, is going to be a settled third, with Emirates Road moves up alongside, is taken second. There is an opening at the rail, and Waitlist is going to take it. Here's Waitlist, now a challenging third, that's going to move back. Good Lord to fourth, then the Triller. Bourbon Chase, pretty tightly packed though, and Rollin' in Dough is the target. Rollin' in Dough, 23.77 for that opening quarter mile. Emirates Road, Manny Franco in stalking position, just sitting on the outside here of Rollin' in Dough, the long shot, as they work up the backstretch within a neck of the leader. Waitlist, a ground-saving journey, Jose Lescano. They start to move closer now. They're within 2 of the lead. Good Lord is in between horses, still in fourth, and Bourbon Chase, the close-up trailer. It's 3 wide in that second group, but they went 47.24 for that half-mile time. Rollin' in Dough, only with a nose in front is Emirates Road, the heavy favorite, now just up on alongside, and here's Emirates Road. A quick look back from Manny Franco, a sign of confidence maybe as Emirates Road approaches a quarter mile left to go, and now gets the cue. Emirates Road is up by a half length. Rollin' in Dough battles on towards the inside. Trying to make up ground is Waitlist. Good Lord, they're all in from third and fourth. Emirates Road has a furlong left to get and is well in front. Emirates Road inside the final 16th is going to be geared down and win this one easily as a heavy favorite. Emirates Road will win it, then came Waitlist up for second, Rollin' in Dough. And Good Lord, it won at 37.45 seconds.
Well, it was a drop in class, but had to still go and win the race in Emirates Road if you were taking the short prices. Well, once the race began in earnest, you never really had many moments of doubt. Over at Oxford, the 6:21 is drawing to a close over on 2, and it's 3 beating 2 and 4. 3-2-4.
I thought there were a few signs in Brentford's game against Wolves that the bees are on the beach. It's been a great season for Keith Andrews' men, but I just think Leeds will want this more. A home win, both teams to score, and Dominic Calvert-Lewin to score are my picks here. Leeds have been hard to beat, but need to add more wins if they're to get out of the relegation dogfight. I think a Saturday night under the lights at Elland Road is exactly what the doctor ordered. Home win and both teams to score, just because Brentford pack a real punch going forward with Igor Thiago leading the line. It's a Leeds man in the stats markets for me, though. He may not be in the form that we saw at the turn of the year, but Dominic Calvert-Lewin is still playing really well, and I fancy him to score here, as he did when these two met in December. Best of luck.
There we are, those are the thoughts of Nicole. If you've got your thoughts on this particular match, I do urge you to get yourself across to the betting terminals, where you'll be able to spy all of the latest prices, and you'll be able to crack on with putting a bet builder together. fancying the selections of Nicole. Nicole thinks that Leeds will win the game. Both teams will score. And Dominic Calvert-Lewin, who, of course, has been welcomed back into the England squad. He is the player selected to score. That could be your pick. It could be something completely different if you're wanting to get involved. 8 o'clock kickoff, and you can get all of those bets right now on the betting terminals. Gulfstream, we were late off for their previous race, and looks like we're going to be slightly shy of time for the 6:22. Home straight on 2. Banana Rama is the favourite there. Shadow Share second in, Move Like Heather third, and Arrow Hill fourth choice of the punters at 5-1 on the fixed odds. Runners are now heading down to post for the next race at Newcastle. King of the Carnival is the market leader at 11-10. Norcross Brow was put in at 4-1 on the initial show at trackside, but has been backed into 100-30. 5 Sailor Bat. Kamiko Fever is 17-2. Zoostella trades at 9s. And it's 22-1 bar. Now the runners are at the post at Gulfstream, so do get your bets on, please, for Gulfstream, as it won't take too long to load up, he said. Give his fingers very firmly crossed. Liam's Song. Fight for this claimer next up. And that is the 5 horse. Won a maiden claimer 2 starts ago, was a 10-1 outside on that occasion. Has subsequently raced in a bog standard claim of a similar value to this, and ultimately, despite being sent off an even money favourite, was home third of 7, so has got a little bit to prove now. The runners at Gulfstream are starting to go forward, so final call, please, for any bets you're wishing to strike here at Gulfstream. We'll be heading back to our colleagues at William Hill Racing Radio post this race, and we're getting their thoughts ahead of the 4th race at Gosforth Park, Newcastle. Here's Gulfstream.
Now, Liam's Song. Handsome Fox and Swinging Solo. Handsome Fox, then Swinging Solo to take the outside. Swinging Solo and the 4th. They're at the post. And they're off. Perfect start. Excuses was away quickly and reaches out to clear some inside traffic. Hard scent at the rail is Esperanzito. In between horses, Gemstone Warrior taps on the brakes as they charge around the first turn. Mr. Monoclonal, he comes away with the lead. It's Mr. Monoclonal on top by almost a length. Handsome Fox moves up on the outside to take second from Excuses, who's back to third. The Gray Liam Song is there fourth, and on hold fifth is Swinging Solo. Then Gemstone Warrior and Heaven's Champion. Way out wide is Speranzito, and the trailer is at the back of the field is Megadon. The opening quarter was 23-3. They have less than 5 furlongs to go. Javier Castellano looking for win 3 on the day. He has Mr. Monoclonal working a narrow advantage. Handsome Fox second, Excuses third, Swinging Solo is now fourth. Up to the inside, Liam Song, the Gray angled off the inside to race from fifth now. Then it's Heaven's Champion. He plots a wide course. Followed by Esperanzito and Gemstone Warrior. Still at the back is Megadon. That's the 9 of them as they move now to the final 3 furlongs that went the opening half mile at 48-1. Here's a bold bid from Morelos on Swinging Solo. He's coming right on with it here. After the leader, Mr. Monoclonal, these two put on some speed. Excuses is now third. Heaven's Champion a driven fourth. Megadon underway from last at the rail. Gemstone Warrior. They reach the top of the stretch, and of the top 2, it's Swinging Solo doing the better work. Swinging Solo turns in on top, trying to edge clear from a game Mr. Monoclonal, who cuts the corner and tries to fight back. They're an 1/8 of a mile from home. The leader is Swinging Solo, asked to finish the job by Morelos. Now he's 2 on top. Excuses trying to pick up second for Mr. Monoclonal at 7-1. Put a ring around Swinging Solo. He's in front. second is Excuses. Third, Mr. Monoclonal. It ended up close for fourth, either Esperanzito or Megadon. 141 and 1.
Swinging Solo is the winner and was third choice of the punters at around about 8-1, securing the 622 at Gulfstream. We're heading back to action up at Newcastle next. King of the Carnival, as I mentioned, is the favourite. It still remains the favourite. There is the favourite right at the back there with the white cap. And currently sits at 11-10. Let's get some thoughts from our colleagues at William Hill Racing Radio as they take a closer look at this mile contest.
Need a bit of luck in running, but he's been knocking on the door of this sort of mark, and if this race pans out favourably and he fancies the challenge, he's not been unbacked. He was 7-1 this morning, he's now 11-2. He's got the ability anyway to bustle up the favourite for definite, whereas I think a few of the others probably haven't. So he does come with risks, but I'd rather be taking a chance on that risk at 11-2 than taking even money or 11-10 about the favourite, who, like I said, everything went right last time. And he's no good thing to follow up despite his odds.
Yeah, now 5-1 Sailor Bats. Alice's choice. Your market leader is 6-5 King of the Carnival, bidding to give Archie and Oido a double on the day. They have a pretty good record at Newcastle, this combination. Their first one, Warith, very impressive in the previous contest. Archie, 38 winners at the track in the last 5 seasons, which is pretty impressive, bearing in mind he trains nearly 300 miles away in Lambourne. But it is the straight weather track that provides a suitable test for quite a few big, long striding types. And that is actually what King of the Carnival is. I don't think he'd particularly be as effective around tight all-weather tracks. He's a 6-5 market leader. 3-1 Norcross Brow. Ollie Pears, former runner. And 5s is Alice's choice, Sailor Bat. Kamiko Forever. Sorry, Kamiko Fever at 17-2. Zoo Stella, not been a great day for Billy Lockdown so far at Newcastle. That's 10-1, 25s and bigger. The remainder, including Secret Testimony, who did win when last seen 135 days ago. That is 25-1 for Declan Carroll and Zach Wheatley. Captain Bruce is also 25s, now 33s, and 50-1 Smart Tank for Andy Britton and Cam Hardy. As market dominated by King of the Carnival. I'd imagine Hardy will be pretty forward on this son of Victor Ludorum. He didn't look to be doing a great deal when winning last time. So he's potentially the type to keep one step ahead of the handicapper. We'll certainly learn more about him today. Norcross Brow, the main danger, according to the market. And there's Alice's Hope. Sailor Bats heading into the gates. Let's go and get the call with Stephen Powell.
The bat goes in. They're ready. And that's it. They're all. Space Moon racing over towards the far side, just a little away from the main group of runners, who are still headed by Secret Testimony and King of the Carnival. Next up is Captain Bruce. Norcross Brow, the black jacket, just slap bang in the mid-division at this point. Smart Tank is making ground towards the left of the field as you look down the course in the red, white and blue. Zoo Stella and Sailor Bat continue at the rear of the field, and they are well grouped now and about to quicken on towards the final quarter mile. Secret Testimony. King of the Carnival comes off the bridle. Bang there still is Kamiko Fever. Space Moon right over towards the right. Norcross Brow looking for a way through. Zoo Stella from the rear is trying to find a passage also. Then Smart Tank and Sailor Bat, and it's Kamiko Fever from on the far side. Space Moon. Smart Tank towards the stand side, and Sailor Bat right under the stands rail. Kamiko Fever being reeled in is digging deep though from Smart Tank. Sailor Bat on the near side. Space Moon on the far side. It's going to be close here, and that is close, but it is, I think, just Smart Tank, Kamiko Fever, Sailor Bat, and then just behind them, Space Moon.
Looks like we're very narrowly in the 6:30 at Newcastle. A good finish there. Meanwhile, they've jumped off. They're racing at Fairgrounds in the 6:30 on 2.
Ahead, who's joined by Arabian Power and Best Ball. Trails the maiden sprint. The opening quarter was 6 ticks over 22. 3 furlongs to go. At the inside, it's Mokir. First run since Santa Anita 2025 for Tamino, who's coming now for Jose Ortiz, and Tamino has taken the lead as they turn for home. Mokir tries to rally on in a green cap. Rock music on the outside, and this is your time, coming with a charge. Best Ball, Arabian Power, and Hot Days Ahead is last. Half mile 45.30 seconds. It's Tamino. Tamino and Fairgrounds leading jockey Jose Ortiz. Tamino has taking the lead here, coming down toward the final 16th from This Is Your Time. Rock music on the outside. Toward the rail is Best Ball now in fourth. Mokir's drop back. Tamino finishes on top by 3.5. This Is Your Time was second, and third's close a photo between Best Ball and Rock Music. Tamino gets the result in 109.36 seconds.
Tamino, the winner at Fairgrounds in their 6:30. Paul Clear. Newcastle, full results from their 6:30. Smartnack was 50-1. Your winner, that's 50-1. From Kamiko Fever, 8-1 in second. And Sailorbat at 5-1 was third. Moving forwards, Monmore, 6:34. Aero Chubby is in trap 1. He's 4-1, but your favourite is in 2. That's 5-2 Long Acres Cash. Bigger prices include Hello Katie at 7-2, 9-2 Shakara. Zenith Heroes coming in for support is 11-4, trap 6. And the outsider of them all is Rambling Home, who is 13-2, as they're all set. Air in Motion at Monmore. Off. Good break from 3, Rambling Home, so 2 towards the inside, Aero Chubby, now 6 Zenith Heroes getting into stride as well, but 3's got a break on this field. It's 3 away from 6, 1, 2, 4 and 5. As 3 goes on here, 5 lengths the gap to Zenith Hero to the outside of Aero Chubby. Long Acres Cash in between them, trying to find some room, so to the 4 Hello Katie, but it's still Rambling Home. Rambling Home, the gap is now just 2, 3 from 6 and 2, then comes 1, but 3's doing enough out in front. 3 got tight late on, but has just held on to win the 6:34 at Monmore. There's the photo from Newcastle. 3 beat 2 and 5 was third. And that is Lyon, where they are circling at the start ahead of a claiming stakes contest over 1.5 miles. 6:34. Simply the Best is 11-10 from Red Moon at 11-4. Johnny Drive is 130. Little Ocean 17-2. Lady in Red 20-1. Princess Alice is 22s. And the Buku of Moon is 28-1. Your outsider of 7. Number 1 Country Club doesn't go. Heading down to the start at Tampa Bay for the 6:35. So 2 Aqueduct on the way, in addition to Gulfstream, Laurel and Fairgrounds. As we have Leon's 6:34 fast approaching, there is number 6, Red Moon, who is the second favourite in this one at 11-4, is down at the start now, and the loading process is soon to get underway. Simply the Best is strong at 11-10 from Red Moon at 11-4. Johnny Drive has just come in for support. He's into 11-4 with Little Ocean at 17-2. Lady in Red just easing out to 20-1. Princess Alice at 22s, and 28's Nabucco of Moon as the first one is moving forwards. We'll be returning to Dunstall Park for their 6:38 shortly on 2. Oxford 6:39 will follow, and the opener at Romford this evening is the 6:42. As the next one goes in at Lyon. There's the favourite, Simply the Best, has moved forwards, the 6-5 favourite. And with that, the remaining few are coming in now. Let's go to David Fitzgerald, who has the call on this 1.5 mile claiming stakes contest at Lyon. It's race 7, 7 run.
Fourth one loaded. That one was Little Ocean. Red Moon. Hugo Journiac on board Red Moon. So two more out of line, Princess Alice and Nabucco of Moon. There is Princess Alice. And Nabucco of Moon will be the last one set to race. And they're off and racing this Prix Ortolan. Claimer over 2,400 metres for these three-year-olds. One of them's going to win for the very first time. Red Moon it is that comes across to challenge for the lead with Johnny Drive. These are the first two. In third position then is Little Ocean with Simply the Best running in fourth place. Fifth is Lady in Red, the one newcomer in the field at the moment. Lady in Red is in front of Princess Alice, and Nabucco of Moon is last of all, as Red Moon leads the way into the home straight for the first time. Pace not strong. In second is Johnny Drive, Alexis Pouchin looking for a treble on the cards. In third place is Little Ocean. Lady in Red to the inside, rider looking for a double, and then Simply the Best, Antonio Arani also with two winners on today's programme. Sixth is Princess Alice, and Nabucco of Moon is sitting in last, around 6 lengths behind the leader, one circuit left to go. And heading towards the far side of the course, Red Moon it is that leads the way. Johnny Drive is moving closer to the leader's girth once again in second place, just applying a little bit of pressure. Lady in Red has progressed into third place now. It's run promisingly to this point. Lady in Red is on the inside of Little Ocean, and they're followed by Simply the Best, and then Princess Alice, and the back marker is Nabucco of Moon. They've got 900 metres less than still to go, and it is Red Moon just stacking up in behind now. Red Moon, Johnny Drive in second, Lady in Red the inside of Little Ocean, and then Simply the Best. Princess Alice moving up on Simply the Best Zinner, and Nabucco of Moon is last of all. 5 lengths would separate the 7 as they're on the turn that will take them into the home straight and towards the final 500 metres here. And it is Red Moon engaged by Johnny Drive. These are the first two. Little Ocean is chased along, so is Lady in Red. Simply the Best and Yellow and White pulled to the outside, asked to try and pick up some ground. Johnny Drive has taken the lead off Red Moon here. Johnny Drive with the lead to Red Moon in second. Simply the Best down the outside of Little Ocean, who's just racing a little awkwardly. Johnny Drive has a healthy looking lead. It'll take some pegging back now. Johnny Drive, Alexis Pouchin will complete a treble on the card. Johnny Drive the winner, Red Moon second, Simply the Best third, Little Ocean fourth.
Johnny Drive, the winner there at Lyon. Meanwhile at Tampa, they're away racing on 2 in the 6:35, so let's go and pick them up.
Is still there. Crafty Collector, Tell Me Some Lies, turns up the pressure now. Final 3/16 of a mile to go in the Tampa Turf Test. Crafty Collector cuts the corner just in front of Tell Me Some Lies at midnight. To the attack on the outside. Bravo Kitten, Yellow Silks just in behind, going to dive down toward the inside. Tell Me Some Lies coming after Crafty Collector. Crafty Collector with something left after those pedestrian early fractions. Crafty Collector back in front and a winner. Tell Me Some Lies was second at midnight, third. Fourth was Bravo Kitten, a ways back to American Dreammaker.
Crafty Collector, the winner at Tampa Bay in the 6:35. Stateside action continues with Aqueduct, Gulfstream, Laurel and Fairgrounds. Last here on 1, we've got Romford 6:42. Post picks are 6, 2 and 4 here. It's a 400-metre A2 contest. It's an extra place race, paying the 3 as opposed to the 2 at a fifth of the odds. Your favourite is in 6. Our Bob is 7-4. It's 11-4 for Bubby Alaska. It's 7-2 for Tip Top Neve. 9-2 Mucky Boreen. It's 6-1 for Zenith Zaza and 50.
Blue Bloods in their colours, fantastic, and JP from up in Brisbane, he's put a bit in, so hopefully this is the one he needs.
Well done.
Cheers.
Kiramar. 14, 9, 8 and 4, 2:30.13 the race time, 35.84 the last 600 metres. Now, before we get to Zach for the second time today, Tim Ryan, what price is Mr. Monaco now in the Sydney Cup?
Yeah, we made him an $8 chance. That's in from 11, so he sits on the second line of betting behind Soul of Spain, who is the $6 favourite. So $6 Soul of Spain and 3 equal second picks there. Campbell-Dino, the same price as him. He was favourite. We've just spun him out from 6 to 8, but a firm for Mr. Monaco, as Kieran said, likely to head straight towards the Sydney Cup.
Here's Corey with Zach.
Well done, Zach. Good tough win. 3 deep, no cover, but still boxed on well.
Yeah, he's a strong stay. He went to the gates quite freely with me, so I didn't want to really begin and give him much of a message because I thought that could be a bit detrimental. So I tried to begin and just flow into a spot, but ultimately they sort of didn't go very quick, and he got into a lovely rhythm. Still a tough ask to do so, but 3,000 today, so he's ready to go. Thank you.
14, 9, 8.
Ready to run in the opponent's stake. And they're